Hello YouTube, it's Shadow Hero 90. It's no secret that dozens of people on DeviantArt make fan art of female characters being hypnotized, but if you've seen some of my previous videos, you would know that they also write fanfic of them being hypnotized. So in this video, I'll be giving you my top 10 list of people from within the DeviantArt community who write hypnosis fanfic.
Mind Tasker.
Mel Spankenheimer was sitting in a prison cell after being put on trial for trying to frame Santa when suddenly the lights went out and portal opened up and two women entered, jumped through it and grabbed Mel, pinned her up against the wall, lifted her into the air, walked up to the portal and jumped through it. Meanwhile, in another world, Kim Possible was in her collage dorm room. It had been 3 years since her last mission when suddenly a portal opened up in the dorm room with Lord A Master looking back at her. With one stare, Kim fell into a deep hypnotic trance, a mental state that was far stronger than being hooked up to one of Dr. Draken's complex ships, and instantly walked forward into the portal. The next day, Mel was brought before Lord A Master wearing a straight jacket, as a brown-haired woman head was holding a chain attached to a shackle around Mel's left leg. Oh well, if it isn't Mel Spankenheimer, the bitch who tried and failed to frame Santa Claus, Lord A Master said. Mel then got into Lord A Master's face and said in a flirtatious tone, "So are you going to lock me up in your big fancy dungeon and punish me?" "No, Lord A Master replied, "we're going to make a little wager to decide your future. We'll play a series of games decised at random. The first to win 3 out of 5. Lord A Master continued. Mel's face light up when he said, "If you win, I'll give you my empire," but the look on her face turned to one of terror when he said, "But if I win, you will remain here as my slave for all of time." He continued, "Take her away." "Yes, Master," the brown-haired woman replied before walking Mel out of her master's throne room. Kim, however, woke up the next day in a 5-star hotel that's in the heart of the multiverse. A maid with curly red hair walks into the room. "I have been sent here by my master, who has requested an audience with you." "I'll see him when I'm ready," Kim replied. "He ordered me to stay with you, accompany you to on your way to see him, and provide whatever you need." The maid then said, "Okay," Kim replied. 2 hours later, the maid took Kim to see Lord A Master. Kim entered Lord A Master's throne room. "Ah, the famous Kim Possible," he said. "So my graduation as a famous super spy pressed me." Kim said, "No, you graduation as a cheerleader does," Lord A Master replied, "and I'm willing to pay you to cheer for me." "Well, that and one other thing," he continued. "How much?" Kim asked. "A treasure chest filled with golden coins," Lord A Master replied. "Okay, I'll cheer for you." Kim said. "Great, I already got you a cheer squad," he replied, as both Captain Syrup and Risky Boots walked into the room wearing cheerleader uniforms. Kim noticed Captain Syrup as the maid who had been waiting for her hand and foot for the last 2 hours. Captain Syrup and Risky Boots instantly performed a cheerleading routine. Raw, go Master," they said, but as they continued their routine, it's more than clear that they are in a state of deep hypnosis, and Kim's surprised focus was on Captain Syrup and no one else. "It's her," Kim thought, as Lord A Master said about that, "What I'm hiring you to do." "Well, the other title that you're going to have is..." Mel Spankenheimer would face Lord A Master in 1 week. She was allowed time to practice, But when she wasn't practicing, she was locked up in a stockade, and after her first hour of practice time, Mel was locked up when suddenly she heard the jingling of bells as Kim pranced up to the stockade wearing a jester costume. Kim began to sing and dance Mel, oh Mel, how bad you smell. She then somersaulted over Mel and slapped her ass. Kim proxed to slap her ass. Yuck, Mel shrieked out at the top of her lungs, as Kim then instantly performed an Irish jig and began to sing, oh Mel, I'm a fool, why do you misbehave, oh Mel, why does master want you as a slave? Everyone around them lauded the fool antics that Kim had come up with. She continued to torment Mel with pranks over the past 5 days, but during the night right before the series of games that would be played between the Lord A Master and Mel Spankenheimer, the event was going to happen the very next day, but in her hotel room Kim tossed and turned in her bed. Kim dreamt the last 5 days, the 5 days that she had spent as Lord A Master's court jester, and all of the pain and humiliation that she had put Mel through, and all of the pranks that she had pulled on her, and the laughter of everybody around them. But for some reason she was now feeling bad about what she had done, and then time flows backwards back to Kim Possible's high school days, the day that her rival Bonnie Rockwaller told her that she was a better cheerleader than Kim, but when she confronted Kim, Bonnie said, I am a better jester than you. I'm funnier than you, better looking than you, and actually like Semi. Bonnie continued. Kim gasped, waking up from that nightmare in her bed in the 5-star hotel room that she was staying at. Captain Syrup walks in dressed in a maid uniform, as it was 10 a.m. when Kim woke up. Is there anything that I can get you, Miss Sheer? Caption Syrup asked. No, Kim replied. In today's the big day, Caption Syrup replied, and I can't wait to follow your lead, Caption Syrup continued. She then walked out of the room, as Kim sat in bed, as she had realized what that nightmare meant, when she had become Bonnie, either going back to being a cheerleader or becoming Lord A Master's court jester, had somehow caused the cycle of abuse to come full circle, and that she had become no different than the worst high school bad girl that she ever knew.
Majin Lord.
Amy finally had enough. While she and others were used to the attitude of Rouge, the pink hedgehog wasn't happy with how things were. She always had these comments about others, flirted and teased anyone she could for her own gain and amusement, and always looked down on her. Amy always presented herself as a calm and nice gal, someone who always got along with others and wanted nothing but the best for everyone. So each time Rouge would say one of those comments, the cheerful gal would try her best to ignore them. During their last meeting, where she also teased Silver and Blaze and flirted with Sonic in front of her, the alluring bat once again said some not-so-nice things about her, and what she was doing. The only reason why the pink hedgehog remained calm was to not ruin what they were having yet. The guests noticed that she was hurt. It wasn't until the next day where Amy finally let that out, deciding to take a walk around the park close to her house to clear her mind. I really don't get her. What does she have against me? She said under her breath, thinking about all the times Rouge looked down on her. Amy was aware about her one issue yet. She never made others feel bad about their own problems. If it was necessary, she would help them, not making them feel less. In a way, she wanted to help Rouge, thinking that the alluring bat might have some issues herself, but didn't know how. As she continued walking around the park, thinking about what to do and how to calm down, the pink hedgehog tripped and fell on the grass, not noticing an object that would help her with her problems. Turning around, Amy saw the object in question, a decorative bottle. By the look of it, the bottle had that Arabian motif, with the colorful gems and the intricate details. A decorative bottle? What is this doing here? She asked herself, picking up the object in question while thinking about how that bottle ended there. As she had read multiple books about genies and other outstanding characters that appeared on the Arabian Nights, Amy wondered if there was a genie inside of it. Oh, what am I saying? I don't think that would happen. Even though she and the others had seen other outstanding things like robots, aliens, and magical creatures from other dimensions, the idea of a genie being there sounded like a crazy thing to her. Amy also knew that it was a bit strange that she was skeptical about genies, especially since she believed in tarot cards and what destiny might have prepared for everyone. Still, the pink hedgehog remained silent, looking at the bottle for a moment before thinking about what to do next. Well, at this point I don't have anything to lose. If there's a genie, something good might happen. If there's nothing, then I'm glad no one is here to mock me about what I'm going to do, Amy said while taking one last look around the park, wanting to be sure that the only ones there were the decorative bottle and herself. Once she was done with that, the cheerful gal looked at the decorative bottle again, checking it from top to bottom before rubbing it. Barely a few seconds after that, the top of the bottle fell down, making pink smoke come out of it. No way. Her reaction was a combination of surprise and fear. She was glad to see that her instinct was partly correct, yet part of her felt that something bad would happen. As Amy remembered, thinking about those stories where a genie would turn things around for their own gain, she wondered if that was going to happen. As she was too shocked to move, the cheerful gal could only wait for the smoke to disperse itself. It didn't take long for the smoke to create a figure. Just like that, the genie of the bottle finally made an entrance. Her skin was of bluish green, her tail was of a cyan color, and she had a necklace with a shiny pink gem on it. Amy continued to be shocked, having a hard time believing that a genie came out of the bottle. "Greetings, mistress. I'm the genie of the bottle. As you liberated me, I should grant you 3 wishes of your choice. Command me and I should obey, dear mistress," the beautiful genie said while smiling. Amy took a moment to see if the magical creature was the good type of genie and not the mischievous one. By the way she presented herself, it looked like the two were on the same page. Both wanted to help others, with the difference being that one did it for personal choice while the others didn't have a choice. "Oh, mistress, don't feel scared. I only want to help you, that's all. My job as a genie is to grant the wishes that my masters would want, and I'm open to grant you anything you desire." After thinking about it for a moment, Amy felt that this could be a great opportunity. 3 wishes, and it looked like she was open for any kind of wish. At first, the pink hedgehog wondered if she could do something with Sonic, wanting nothing more than to enjoy a good time with the man she loved. But before she could mention her wish, an idea came to her mind, one that would help her with the Rouge issue. It was tricky, and there was the possibility of that ending in a bad way, yet there was also the possibility of that being a success. Not wanting to wait anymore, the cheerful gal looked at the genie, ready to go with her wishes. "My first wish is for you to take Rouge the Bat to where we are," Amy commanded while smiling. Pleased to see that her new mistress had some wishes in mind, the genie nodded her head before snapping her fingers, making the alluring bat appear. Rouge was puzzled. One moment she was walking to the GUN headquarters, and then she was in a park with Amy. Just before she could ask the pink hedgehog what was happening, Amy smiled before looking back at the genie, ready to get her second wish. "Genie, for my second wish, I want you to freeze her. I don't want the bat to escape from us." "Yes, mistress. Your wish is my command," the beautiful genie said, snapping her fingers again, quickly putting Rouge in a state of catalepsy, making it impossible for the bat gal to escape. Amy was surprised. In a matter of seconds, the Jinn gal did something that a lot failed, capturing Rouge. Of course, the pink hedgehog didn't have any bad intentions about the whole thing. While she was still hurt, the idea of helping the Batwoman remained there, and she wanted to make her change for the better. As she continued to think about what to do next, the genie came closer to her. "What is your last wish, mistress?" Amy quickly remembered that she only had 3 wishes, and as the first 2 were already used, the last one had to be a special one. Wanting to do things right, the cheerful gal took a moment to think about her next wish, with the main idea being that she needed to help Rouge. Her first thought was to give her a new personality, yet she was afraid that might have some side effects. Another idea was her acting like one of the girls, but then there was the possibility that she would also have a certain attraction to someone that she didn't love, which meant that she might cause more problems than before. After thinking about it for a while, Amy finally got an idea, something that
My number 3 choice for this list is a tie between
Incredible intruder.
In a bad spot in chains, imprisoned, because she hadn't been fast enough. Her mission had been mostly a failure. She merely had to find an ancient artifact before this dark witch could, its power far too great for the likes of Catrafia to wield. The ever-flirting, free-spirited, though malevolent spellcaster had said out loud what her intents were when she'd get her hands on the Lamp of 1,000 Temptations, an object of might which had been used in the past for both nefarious and sublime deeds. As a heroine, it was Louise's duty to go forth and find it before her along with her party of other heroines, but they failed. She could picture it now, Castrafia enchanting, ensorceling, mesmerizing, hypnotizing the others into becoming her slaves, part of her growing harem of female adventurers of all kinds, each on their knees, a smile on their lips, dressed like exotic maidens and dancers for her pleasure, and yet somehow she had sparred Louise. Of course, sparred was perhaps a generous term, as indeed she had not been harmed and neither had she changed, yet she was chained in her cell, held very close to the wall opposite to the door and bars with cuffs on her wrists and ankles, with one singular item out of arm's reach. The lamp itself. It was a cruel situation, certainly not out of character for Castrafia, who rejoiced in torment and teasing. Their rivalry full of such moments, when she'd playfully make lewd comments on Louise, flirting and threats ever being balanced in their interaction, even with the former was really just one-sided. The depravity of the witch had always been something she felt was weird, and yet, now that Louise was at her mercy, for the moment anyway, Castrafia did not even do anything to take advantage of the situation. Something was up, yet what? She looked at the lamp, the sole item of interest, as the objective of her important quest. If she could get her hands on it, perhaps it might even save her, though for no lack of trying she simply couldn't reach it. The length of her chains had been calculated, and the only thing that Louise could actually do was stare at the, admittedly, sumptuous artifact. It was an oil lamp, one made of gold in its base, spout, and on every inches of its grafted appearance, yet there were also gems on the side which were ever-changing. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds, amethysts, opals, obsidian stones, diamonds. She had difficulties identifying it all, as they popped up and created bizarre patterns, the cavalcade of sparkling, glimmering colors and rainbows of intriguing appeal. Part of Louise felt happy watching it, yet another one entirely was wary, as the few legends she heard about this object were of how people could be tested upon acquiring it. It was called, after all, the Lamp of 1,000 Temptations, yet as much as she tried to slip her hands and wrists out of her cuffs, a task that still wasn't met with success, her own eyes kept on being distracted by the lamp standing but a few meters away from her. On the cold stone floor, it was the only thing which seemed to radiate light and warmth, opulence and beauty, and it was certainly difficult not to notice it. She wanted to stare at it, to observe the lamp, as if it was trying to send a message to her in some ethereal language, but she snapped out of it, shaking her head, as she tried to move the chains by force, an ultimately pointless endeavor, yet one she felt she had to try again and again, no matter how many attempts, until success would be hers. This caused her to be tired, for fatigue, hunger and thirst to be even more preeminent in her body, as she had been basically thrown into the cell, possibly to rot there, if the lack of visits were anything to go by. No castraphia that came to gloat, none of her companions to give her food, but also misery in how they had been corrupted and brainwashed, nothing. It was a touch painful, both physically and mentally, yet there was one escape from this, something that Louise found out by accident, and that was staring at the lamp of 1,000 temptation. It was so round, curved, sculpted in gold that possessed a sheen unlike any piece of art, more precious than gems, prettier still than all that Louise had ever witnessed. The patterns went in all directions, wherever became some kind of Ouroboros, a self-absorbing loop which created something very easy to stare at, to appreciate. The gold made the gemstones radiate in their light even more, the singular torch in the cell burning its fiery image onto the surface of the object, as her eyes glued themselves upon it. There was a mystical allure to the simplest of things, an oil lamp whose power was so great that it was desired by many, yet now it was in the hands of Castraphia, but still so close. As cruel as it was, there was comfort in locking her gaze upon the lamp, making Louise temporarily forget herself. For but a moment there was no need for food, no fear, no anger, no pain. Just an unique sensation of peace that Louise certainly couldn't get enough of. The gold seemed so much more precious, the gemstones so better looking with each passing moment, as she lost track of time for one, or perhaps a few, minutes. The temptation was upon her, the idea to just gaze and succumb to this tranquility being good and yet terrible also. She began to realize that perhaps this was the trick all along, that the lamp was there to break her spirit and claim her in a slow burn, in a way which would ensure that she'd be fully aware of what was going on and what would happen. She bit her lower lip and turned her gaze in another direction, an act which took much more effort than she ever thought possible. The dull gray of the stone wall was certainly not as interesting, its frigid and boring appearance no boon to her spirit and soul like the lamp was. She could still see a phantom pattern in the corner of her eyes, an invitation that her mind conjured for her to just move her neck a little, to return to something more pleasant. The image of the lamp itself seemed imprinted within her psyche, symbolizing temptation and warmth, an escape to her trouble, even if ephemeral. It was, all in all, dooming herself to continue looking, as she gathered her strength, her willpower to deny this, and yet the simple concept of the lamp did not go away, as if burned within her thoughts. Louise knew not how long she managed to resist, to rebel, and yet it was not enough, as still no one came to taunt her, to interact with her in any form. Isolation and the loss of how long she had been here gave way to further lack of control, of restraint on her part, and thus her head went on to slowly but surely move on its own, and partake in the glory that was the lamp of 1,000 temptations. How it sparkled, how it brought her such bliss to simply observe its radiance, its divine nature, as Louise knew right there that she had lost that thought coursing through her brain for a few moments, until it was shut down completely. There really was nothing else to think about but the lamp, its superb aura and its power oh so clear by now. It gave way to contentment, to happiness, as her problems seemed to dissipate one by one. Her predicaments, what led to it, how she got there, and every single circumstance is washed away by gems and gold, swirls of such wonderful colors that they pulsated, beginning to coat everything away in their beauty. No gray stone, no cold temperature, no loneliness, neither pain or anguish, just the acceptance of this object as its influence grew and Louise began to accept it. There was reluctance at first, fear of the unknown and of being unable to go back, yet the way forward which was silently promised to her seemed so good, so fantastic and filled with wonders that truly there was no other choice but to accept everything she had lost. But this defeat was no shame, no great regret, but instead liberation, the lamp imprinting itself even further inside her mind, as she felt not just ecstasy but arousal as well. She was falling for this divine artifact, for its power and what it could do, as she stared loving, worshipful eyes ogling that which she had sought for so long. No matter who found it first, so long as she could stare, and its lamp continued its work, immobile yet not without any particular magic or intent. Smoke began to escape from the tip of the spout, a further invitation toward the inescapable, toward the sublime, as Louise grinned in delight, her eyes long since showcasing spirals of gold and multiple colors, as by now she was the subject of this lamp and all its glory. The smoke, thick and sparkling, came in toward her as she took deep breaths, filling her lungs with mouthful and heavy inhaling of this offering, this promise of eternal salvation. It was a mixture of drinking, inhaling and eating the substance, the way it was light, somewhat bubbly but yet akin to mist, as it was gulped down with eagerness, bringing volcanic heat and changes within her flesh, muscles, bones and her thoughts. It covered everything, then seeped in by bringing in magic of the likes Louise would never be able to identify, as it colored the core of her character in all the precious shades and glimmers that mesmerized her so. She was feeling so empty yet fulfilled that her own body began not just to absorb the smoke, but to actually reverse it all, as it was that content escaping the lamp which absorbed her, turning her from solid to gas in a way that felt simply incredible. Her arousal peaking, she understood nothing, must that it felt great and that she simply had to submit now, the easiest of tasks to accomplish soon. Her wrists and ankles were freed, the chains no longer relevant, as the smoke returned inside the lamp bit by bit, taking her along. It was no tragedy, nothing to be afraid of, as instead she was eager, excited at the thought of being one with the lamp of 1,000 temptations. It felt like part of her journey was complete, ready to move on to the next step, as the suction made it seem like it was unavoidable. She had no choice on the matter, but she wasn't fooled into thinking of this as a catastrophe but rather as something liberating. Docile, submissive, she was a sharp contrast to who she had been once, yet it was all for the better, as by now she floated in the middle of the room and then was integrated into the artifact, swallowed and sucked in, as she could feel the lamp shine and accept her wholeheartedly, as barrage of information came within, discarding thoughts and knowledge for more useful acquisitions and skills to replace it all she would know of fighting, of what she went through and of what she had once been, but she would also understand that this was the past and her present could be assigned to a role, genie slave. She was bound to the lamp, accepted in its sacred role of subservience and as such magic, spells, wish-granting, servitude, devotion, loyalty, worship and other such concepts poured in, overwhelming her for a few instants, until they became the norm. And as this went on, a pair of hands took in the lamp and brought it up from the floor. And now you shall be mine forever, Louise, my prized and pretty rival. How I've waited for the longest time to finally claim you, and now you shall serve me for eternity. No longer blocking my path, you will facilitate everything for me, grant me pleasure and satisfaction with your every thoughts and actions." Louise listened. That voice belonging to the one she intrinsically knew how to name, Mistress. A rub of her receptacle and there she was, unleashed, dressed in a bedlock of the most risky and sensual qualities, bowing in reverence, a smile on her face and the desire to obey firmly rooted in her psyche. Then, she committed to her role once more, declaring a sacred tenet, "O glorious mistress, I'm Louise, the genie of the lamp of 1,000 temptations. Your wishes are my commands and I'm all too eager to hear and obey them." Not here by choice, as her regular clothes were discarded, brown robes patched up with what she could afford. Her olive skin was made bare, as she was eyed by guards nearby and by those women who said nothing to her, basking the small room she entered in silence. Their motions were calculated and soft, yet they were cold, almost lifeless in both their looks and their gestures, acting more like cold, lifeless golems than actual living beings. As she was made bare, revealing her hidden beauty to those within the area, her white hips, her lean frame and her petite yet pert breasts naked yet not for long, as her brown hair was brushed, made wavy thanks to special oils, her skin perfumed, after she was cleaned, and then she wore vestments of purple and gold, satin and silk adorning to heighten her already natural beauty. "You are ready now," one of the women said. A blonde beauty clad in green, with very long hair, as she seemed to be a little aloof. "Not quite there. You may present yourself to our master the Sultan and pray that he appreciates your appeal." She did not want to be his, to be a toy to be paraded around, to be played with, until the one owning her would tire. She did not want to fight for his attention. As a matter of fact, she did not want him, as she preferred the company of other women. It was a particularity which did not really do her any favor in this crazy world which she had been born in, yet one which she tried to live truly to for as long as she's been aware of it. It was rough, many not understanding or even downright chastising and lecturing her over this foolish decision, but it was no choice but just how she was. Alas, to lament herself was not the best way to go forth, and as she was escorted through the harem, she saw many great beauties on display, all women who she'd love to spend some more time with, lovely people whose allure were entirely on display. Dark-skinned, long-haired, thin, a little thicker, small, tall, all sizes and shapes and colors could be found there. It was like a menagerie, yet instead of animals, there were people, all of them women. And they all looked dead inside. They weren't sad, pouting or even angry. They just had this neutral expression, as if nothing could truly bring them joy or any reaction whatsoever. It was a sad sight for her, yet, as they looked at her without really reacting, she felt that perhaps this was to be her fate, a pretty bird in a gilded cage, appreciated and in comfort, yet with little else to her name. As the guards went on to move from corridor to corridor, themselves seemingly accustomed to such a contrast in beauty and interest, Amini went on to speak to them, finally unable to bear this strange silence. "What happened to all of them to make them like this?" she asked, voicing out what she had been keeping within for 5 minutes, 5 unbearable cycles of 60 seconds which had stretched on for seemingly longer than that. "I suspect it's because they haven't been called for weeks, if not months, and they're bored," one of the 2 guards responded, himself sometimes catching a peek at one, yet he too seemed to have grown habituated with how the harem life truly was inside the palace. "But they don't speak to me nor to much of anyone save the Sultan or his genie." "A genie?" Amini asked, her eyes wide, as she suspected that a being like this, born of flame and of awe-inducing power, might be the reason behind such a bizarre atmosphere. Yes, the great Sultan Ali obtained one, a fiery spirit of impossible allure, and wished to have a harem filled with the most sumptuous of beauty at his side. The other guard revealed this rather shocking truth, being apparently benign to him. It's probably why so many people went on to send their pretty daughters to him in the first place, though some of them I'm not quite sure why they weren't invited or sent. The genie said she would take care of it if stressed her out, yet also gave her food for thought, as Amini began to ponder just why she was specifically chosen. She was a beauty, it was true, and she meant no arrogance in acknowledging that fact, yet she also knew some pretty and gorgeous women who could have been sent for as well, yet weren't. Why her? What did she have that was special anyway? As she was puzzled and pensive, she was then finally placed next to an immense door frame which was opened up, presenting a luxurious and crazily opulent room in which could be found a plethora of the most sumptuous women, all dressed with gold, silver, platinum, and all the colors of the rainbow and some more. At the end, on a throne, could be seen the Sultan himself, Ali. He wore a great turban, a bejeweled and rather extravagant looking hat which sported a singular feather. He was old, perhaps in his 50s, as he seemed to be happy to see Amini, as he adjusted his vestments, silk with so many pieces of jewelry that he could perhaps remove the silk and still be vested. On his side was a lamp from which the genie was revealed, a purple-skinned beauty of alien exoticism, curvaceous, luscious and nearly glowing, as her long red hair, her open vest with no top beneath, and her puffy black pantaloons made it so she seemed out of place, yet was so striking that instead the others were out of place. "Ah, you have done a great job here, my most wonderful slave," the Sultan went on to say, looking at Amini, as if she were a breath of fresh air in a dull and lifeless area, an oasis amidst a dry desert. "Let us hope that this one will be more lively than the others. So many gorgeous creatures, yet so little life and passion to them. Are they disobedient, master?" "Perhaps in need of training," the genie went on to ask, bowing before him, as she floated above the ground in a seated position, cross-legged, as she went on to look at Amini, inspecting her. "Let us see what kind of energy this one possesses." "Yes." With a snap of her fingers, the genie sent some energy toward Amini, who felt a strong compulsion in her mind and her body, an aura which enveloped her and made her see the genie and the Sultan and no one else. Her vision pulsated, her body animated by alien gestures, as she began to dance. She swayed her hips, brought her arms high, and then crossed her wrists before lowering her hands, opening her stance, as she then shimmied in a fashion which she never thought she'd ever be able to do on her own. Her mind was focused solely on her dance, and soon even the figure of the Sultan faded away, leaving only the genie in her supernatural appeal. That gaze, those deep eyes made of all shades of blue, drilled within Amini's heart and soul, captivating her with their mesmerizing power, as she felt faint and yet blissful. Hypnotized by the power that was the genie's, she whirled her hips, twisted them, her arms acting like serpents, as she bent forward then backward, getting on her knees, as she brushed the floor slightly with them, while she rolled her belly. Then the genie then clapped her hands twice, as Amini woke up and felt her heart beat faster. That had been an incredible experience, one which felt intense and yet a little invasive. As she got her bearings back slowly and surely, the Sultan went on to clap his hands. "Oh yes, I like the fire in this one. She most definitely will do, Ollie said, clapping his hands so that his nearby slaves would bring him wine to drink and fruits to eat, as he lounged and relaxed, seemingly not having a care in the world now. Prepare her to be part of my close entourage. She'll need to be far prettier than this to be really worthy to be in my presence at almost all time, including in my bed at once, Master, the genie said, as she snapped her fingers and then transported Amity and herself to a room filled with outfits and ensembles, with jewelry and trinkets, as Amity rose up and looked at the genie, blushing and yet not desirous to go along with what would be going on now. Let us know. I refuse, Amity said. Moving past that dance and that trance she had been a part of somehow, I do not want to be a slave, to be captured and played with. I wish to have a life. I know what the Sultan wants and I can't give it to him. I refuse to deny myself for the sake of an old man with everything going for him. The genie looked at her with a calm, cold and neutral expression, which switched to a much warmer and amused little smile, as she glanced at Amity. Oh, I like you, the genie said, clapping her hands, as she summoned her lamp and then did a curtsy to properly introduce herself. Allow me to present myself, Yesenia, proud Jinn and soon to be savior to you, Amity. Is it? You've brought me here, ready to be enslaved like you are, and you say that you'll save me? Amity said, confused and yet angry. If this is a joke, it's not a funny one at all. No joke. I have brought you here, because we have similar penchants, and I've summoned all those poor souls whose preferences unfortunately bring them harm due to the ignorance of others, Yesenia explained, going on to snap her fingers, as she went on to invoke and create a creature made of clay which soon shaped itself to the spitting image of Amity. And I shall bring you where nothing shall ever bring you pain and discomfort. Under my protection, for you to blossom and be loved. My sweet, a kiss on her hand, and Amity looked at this version of her who was lifeless, neutral, and then she understood exactly what was going on, as she gasped and then looked at the genie, who showed her the most wonderful of smile. You mean my master wished for a harem of pretty women at his side, and I delivered, Yesenia revealed, presenting the lamp, as the genie smirked. Each of these women are like us, and I can assure you that they are very welcoming and charming. Would you care to join us, Amity? It was no choice at all, as if she stayed she would be the slave of this old man, and if she said yes she'd be among her people, under the proper care of the genie. But won't you get in trouble if he finds out, she voiced, working against herself, as she realized that and instead took on a chance. Yes, I want to be within your lamp, then so it shall be, Anisha declared, as the lamp shook. A tendril of purple smoke emerged and gently grabbed Amity, removing her from this world, as Anisha then returned to her master with a different, more monotone version of the lively girl he had seen dance prior. She is ready, master. Let her bring joy to your heart. The Sultan never quite found out why all these women went from exciting to dull in so short a period of time. Too lazy and set in his old ways that others worked for him, he never quite questioned how come everything turned like this. With Anisha adept at trickery, subtlety and false truths, he was left in the dark, certain that he had the most sumptuous, yet also lifeless harem in the world. Aware that something was off, he was still expertly manipulated by his purple-skinned magical slave up until his death. As for Amity, her life was a happy and long affair, closer to like-minded women all bound by their gratitude and love to a singular being, Anisha the genie. He could not believe how easily she was duped. After finally getting those 3 magic seals, she had to be tricked by that pesky Risky Boot, who stole them as a ransom for her Uncle Mimic's safety. She only hoped she was not too late to stop whatever Risky Boot was planning with the lamp and those seals. Shanty finally caught up with Risky, who seemed to be actually waiting for her to arrive, her hand on her hips, while the other was holding the lamp, which seemed to be glowing now for some reason. "What did you do to this lamp?" Shanty asked, with cautious and wary tone, not liking at all the unknown factor displayed by the shining object. "I only activated the 3 magic seals, thereby making sure the lamp I now hold can finally complete my plan," replied Risky with a confident, almost pleased tone. Soon after her reply, Risky moved her hand from her hips and began to rub the lamp, while watching Shanty with an interested look on her face. Shanty began to feel strange, feeling some amazing feeling of pleasure, while she witnessed Risky rub the lamp in front of her. The feeling only kept increasing, while Risky continued the rubbing of the lamp. Risky watched the half-genie girl with a satisfied grin on her face, knowing full well what would soon happen to her long-time nemesis. Shanty had to sit down, as she could not stand on her feet anymore. The pleasure increased and soon was accompanied with a feeling of weakness, seeing how far her plan got. Risky continued to rub the lamp vigorously and proceeded to explain what was happening to the weakened foe, adding to her pleasure seeing Shanty like this. "Nobody told you about this lamp, I presume. Let me explain it to you, my dear. This is a genie lamp, but not just any genie lamp. This is yours. The lamp in which you were found. That fat fool, Mimic, thought to protect you by keeping it hidden, but I knew full well that a genie, even a half-breed like you, has a lamp bonded to her person. However, like I mentioned, you are only half genie, so I had to empower your lamp a bit to make sure it had its way over you. I had to activate those 3 seals, so that you would be under the power of your genie lamp. Even now, as I am rubbing it, the lamp is rewriting your being, erasing your human half, so that it may absorb and enslave you." Shanty could not believe that she was powerless against her enemy, who only had to continue one simple motion over an object to defeat her. "But then, what will happen after I become a full-fledged genie?" she asked, trying not to sound defeated. "It's an easy one, dear. You will be absorbed back into the lamp, which will turn you into a complete slave. You will gain incredible magic abilities, but be doomed to obey the one who rubs your lamp, in this case me." Soon after hearing her reply, Shanty despaired, feeling weaker by the second. The only good thing in the situation was the great pleasure the experience gave to her. She sensed her being turning into smoke, not feeling her legs anymore. The lamp then began absorbing her until nothing remained of Shanty in the physical world. Risky showed a wide smile, enjoying her victory. One mere movement away from her reward, Shanty woke up in a small circular room filled with cushions. She knew, now, that this place must be the lamp. She then heard a beautiful but commanding voice echoing, "Welcome back, Shanty. Who are you?" "I'm the lamp itself. Please help me out. I do not want to be anybody's slave. You do not have any say in this matter. You shall now listen to me." Shanty suddenly felt very obedient and submissive toward the voice, knowing that it belonged to her lamp. "Here are your tenets as a genie of the lamp. You will obey, revere and love whosoever rubs your lamp. You will address this person as your master or mistress, depending on the sex of this person. You shall never question the motives of this person. You will respect and serve this person for as long as she lives. Whenever she explicitly says that she wishes for something, you will use your vast magical abilities to make sure she gets what she desires. Is everything understood? Yes, Shanti replied. Risky proceeded to rub the magical lamp one more time, which made a small line of smoke appear. From the smoke materialized Shanti, now a complete genie. She wore the same clothes and jewelries as before, but did not have any legs. The legs were replaced by a tail made of mist and smoke. Greeting, O most wonderful mistress. What can this humble genie do to please your person? Shanti said in a submissive and loving tone. I got some ideas, replied Risky. She certainly had plenty, enough only with the sight of her new acquisition.
End.
Awesome pencil.
Detective is certainly an odd job for your teen years. Despite being one of the few to hold the stressful title, Shisatomika held it with pride. She and her friends explored the depths of various TV realms, saving fellow students and trying to find an infamous serial killer targeting several kids at her school. Her tomboyishly tough attitude made her a force to be reckoned with both inside and outside her reality. This made her a big target of shadows, but she could take care of them before they even laid a finger on her. With one future exception. It was another normal day for she and her friends around the June's food court. They had recently conquered another dungeon in the TV world and were trying to relax for a while, just sharing their thoughts as they ate. That's when Chi's friend, Yukiko Amaji, recalled a peculiar event in class when their teacher had noticed a student in her class had gone missing. It didn't seem likely they were sick, since they usually came with the typical face mask. Feeling concerned, the group decided someone should go and investigate, to which Chi and another member, Yuni Rukumi, decided to go in themselves. It was far less than the usual 4, but they supposed it would be fine. The two waited for the special time at midnight for the TV to turn on, for that special channel to come on. Within a few seconds, they heard a familiar buzz as they hopped right into the screen. Within seconds, Chi and Yu meet in what seemed to be an open field, the only significant feature being a large circus tent with red and white stripes. Deciding nothing better to do, Yu and Chi decided to go inside. As they got inside, it was the usual affair, bleachers on the sides with a large open space in the middle for performers to do their act. You stay here, I'll check the outside for shadows, calmly said Yu, as he looked at Chi. Got it, I'll examine the rest of this tent, said Chi with an optimistic grin. The two separated, as Chi clenched her fists, examining her surroundings. All in all, still looked painfully normal. There was random litter strewn around the floor, but that's the most she could spot in the main area. With caution, she proceeded to the backstage rooms, preparing for a scuffle, when she saw a figure near some mirror. Instantly thinking it was a shadow, she got into a fighting stance as she walked closer, alarming the odd thing. From what she could tell, this oddity had a long curly set of pink and purple hair, as it sat up, turned around, and gleefully said, "Hello there. Are you here to become part of the show?" She was admittedly thrown off by the question, deciding to hurl a punch at the girl, noticing her pale white shin and frilly rink outfit showcasing her cleavage. Chi's punch was soon dodged, as she said, "Wow, looks like we have a tough customer here." With the semi-odd statement, she found her body being suddenly hurled into a large chair in front of the mirror she saw the adversary staring into moments ago, as something small popped onto her nose. It was only a mint green rubber nose taking the place of her usual sniffer. Without a semblance of conscious thought, she mindlessly squeezed it, hearing a noisy honk from it. As she did so, a large coat of white paint spread from the ball to every point on her body with marathon-winning speed. From her head, shoulders, and feet, she was covered in pure creamy white. She paid no attention to it, as she squeezed once more, honking again, as she let out a little giggle. This time, her wardrobe shifted from a simple black skirt and green jacket to a poofy yellow shirt with brown buttons and green overalls. Said overalls attached themselves to a dark green short skirt, poofed to about 2 feet wide. Her shoes changed to green and yellow elf shoes with bronze bells, getting polka-dotted stockings which were orange in color. She began to admire the look she was sporting when she honked her nose one last time, letting out a massive laugh of hilarity as her hair grew into a small curly hairdo alternating with green and yellow coloring. "Where are you?" yelled a silver-haired boy, trying to find his friend from earlier. He searched the entire outside, and even some of the inside, finding nothing in either. He just suspected it was some odd mistake. He tried to ignore the idea of finding the wrong dungeon, as he found the dressing room, as the shadow faded into the darkness. He saw his friend, instantly confused, as he said, "Gee, is that you?" "Of course it's me, silly you," chuckled Chi, not paying a mind to the girl who was right behind just a second ago. "Now how about we bust out of this joint and rejoin our old pals?" With that one statement, Yu was more relieved and confused than he had ever been in his life. He was happy to see his friend and teammate was safe, but then again they were no literal clown. Doing his best to ignore her mayhem, Yu took Chi right back to the real world. Understandably, everyone else in the squad was as bewildered as Yu, but seeing as Chi still wanted to help them, they decided there was no stopping her. They went on to their school and detective lives as usual, but Chi did have a new preference to massive hammers compared to fists. Not to mention her otter reputation with school staff. Comedy cavalcade. The fight in Kamoshida's castle had begun to feel more like a slaughter for the poor newly started phantom thieves of hearts. The small squad of 3 teenagers and their cat-like companion were torn to shreds fighting the shadow of their abusive school coach Suguru Kamoshida. The 4 of them were in over their heads, no matter how much they didn't want to admit it with how much pain they were in, as the monster Kamoshida's shadow transformed into earlier shifted into its original form, his eyes glowing a bright hue of shining gold, as he stared at them with a smirk wide across his face. The intimidating hunk of a man looked over one of the thieves in particular, none other than the alluring girl his real self was. The predator of Antikamaki, currently dressed in a torn red latex jet like a bright panther, highlighting her curves, as she struggled to get up. Both gazed into one another, as he stepped forward, Kamoshida with a mix of contempt and lust and Anne with pure rage, yelling at the top of her throat, "No, no. Get away from me, you monster," clearly crying behind her mask, doing her best to get him away despite her tired state. All the king could do was stare and laugh at Anne, keeping a massive smirk across his face, as he stumped down to the ground, calling, "Guards. Take the boys and the cat thing back to the dungeon, I'll deal with them later." I'll give some special time to this faker of my precious and right here. Just as he commanded those words, a swarm of shadowy guards with blue masks and dull armor obeyed his words, grabbing Ren, Ryuji, and Morgana right away without any troubles, as their bodies and spirits were too damaged to resist, leaving an angry Anne on the floor, barely crawling towards the nearest wall with practically no effort on the king's part. Anne was left as desperate as she could, Kamoshida's shadow towering over her, as she cowered pathetically. Her entire face, now without a mask that hid it before, was teary with makeup running down every inch of it, almost completely able to look at Kamoshida in the face out of fear and anger, as the young model yelled out, "I said get away, you bastard. I don't care anymore about what the fuck you think about me. I'd kill myself before getting touched by you ever again," with all the energy left in her voice, hard to say through the oceans of tears erupting from her eyes. "Oh, you poor little fool. I honestly feel a bit of pity for you now," said Kamoshida, keeping his hateable smirk, while he cornered Anne with every second. "You know what? I'll show a bit of mercy. I already have a better version of you here anyway." Upon saying those words, he began to whistle loudly, as Anne's cognitive double suddenly came by his side, sporting her usual bright pink bra and panties with matching cat ears and similar piercing golden eyes to her master. "Honestly, your foolish way of acting now has given me an idea. If you're so adamant of not being like your superior version, then perhaps you can serve as a more graceful fool instead. Does that sound good?" Even though the demeaning and cocky aura emanating off of Kamoshida's very being refused to fade, and couldn't help but feel some sort of relief from this disgusting vial of a man. She still backed away though as fast as she could. It was pretty much pure instinct at this point, but it was still noticeably slower. As if she were considering his offer. A conflict quickly began in her head. Did she really want to accept the offer of the most disgusting predator she knew, as someone who offered her a deal like that? No, 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 it just can't be, though Anne in her head, slowly backing away, before Kamoshida snapped his fingers, sending a shock in her whole system. "Consider this being a bit more peaceful. You should be thankful to your king," said Kamoshida, as he chuckled to himself, still holding the more shadowy and by his side, as the shock Anne felt in her whole system quickly expanded. Her leather suit suddenly began to morph in front of her eyes, as she saw her heels suddenly change their entire shape, losing the heel part, as they became a more pointy type of shoe, now both orange and purple in its colors, as a golden cat bell materialized on the very tip. It was at that moment a bit of clarity came to Anne's head, before Kamoshida spelled it out. "Since you like being the fool for so long, you can get to be one for your king the rest of your life. You shall become the unforgettably foolish court jester." With that single phrase, Anne could feel her entire outfit changing yet again, her tight latex suit suddenly expanding to form a pair of baggy pants, one leg being purple with orange polka dots and the other orange with purple polka dots, now seeming to be her two signature colors up to this point. Their soft, expansive nature was suddenly met with a tight belt that was bright yellow in color with equally bright pink hearts painted on it, going much higher than usual, being right below her belly button. Strangely, despite how silly and not at all fashionable it was, Anne felt a giggle trying to come from her mouth, as bright pink suspenders quickly began to attach to the belt, stretching the short distance from her highly placed belt to her shoulders and back to the other side as much as she tried to deny it, and was having an amusing time with how the costume felt on her, thinking to herself, I mean, it is kinda cute for the king not even catching herself on what she just called kamashida, as she held in her giggle. Even more of her outfit began to materialize soon right after, though, consisting of a checkered red and white top with wide and poofy shoulders, outfitted with a set of 3 purple and orange buttons on top, even showing a small bit of skin that was gradually turning snow white. The same shade went right all the way down her covered-up legs and largely exposed arms, her hands quickly covered by massive cartoonish white gloves, curiously missing a finger. Yet again, Anne didn't mind a thing, as a small bit of her upcoming giggle came from her mouth like a small bit of air exiting a balloon. The snow-white tone of her skin then crawled up Anne's head, dyeing every single bit of it white and painting on all kinds of makeup in the form of bright pink kitty-like whiskers and orange and purple hearts across her eyes, although they were quickly covered up by a red mask, reminiscent of the classic theater comedy mask with a smiling cat's face. Meanwhile, Anne's hair was going, just as crazy as the rest of her new look, becoming what appeared to be a mix of a honey blonde and a bright strawberry pink, defying all senses of gravity, as it began to morph from Anne's usual pigtails on her shoulders to massively multicolored afros on both sides of her head, just as silly as the rest of her jet. The only step left now, toward Anne, was her head, and the signs were already showing with how much more wild her laughing had become. Now from its past small noises, the laughing was near constant, sounding like little schoolgirls' giggles, before they were erupting into a storm of guffaws and chortles from her belly, each laugh handily removing a pecky memory from her human life. All the time with Shiho, joining the Phantom Thieves, even what she remembered of the real Sugiro Kamashida was getting erased by the second, all to become the most perfectly obedient jester in her king's court. The spiral of madness and loyalty quickly even erased Anne's own name from her memory, now going by her title Little Kitty Cherished, chosen by her king to match such a silly clown like herself now. Everything finally felt finished as the amount of laughing from Anne, or now just Little Kitty, ended as suddenly as it started, speaking the newly spawned pink rubber nose on her mask, as she said, "Greeting my king, it's great to see you. Without further delay, I shall display your highly demanded, Little Kitty Cherished's super-duper comedy extravaganza." And with that, Kamashida perfectly got to resume his role as the king of his castle, lounging in his throne, as Little Kitty promoted all forms of jokes and stunts to please her king, now just as much of a shadow as the rest of what inhabited the place. Even if sinister, you couldn't deny the little pinch of humor.
VGMC.
Had been given a job. They would be breaking into the Tower of London to steal the crown to prove themselves to their new boss. They were in the process of being given their gadgets by their boss husband. Her Bob was given a stretch suit for reaching great heights and faraway objects. Kevin was given a lava lamp gun that fired actual lava. And Stuart was given a hat. A green hat that more resembled a deflated beach ball than a tool of evil. But Herb explained that the hat was capable of hypnotizing any who looked at it all by itself. The hat began to inflate to about the size of a beach ball, and a colorful spiral appeared on its face. The sudden change in weight distribution threw Stuart off balance, and he found himself turning away from Herb and towards his two compatriots before stumbling forward and knocking them aside. He managed to bring himself to a stop just in front of the door, as a pair of high-heeled shoes came into view just outside. "And how are my new henchmen?" The voice was definitely that of the beautiful Scarlet Overkill, their new boss. Stuart managed to get the hat out of his eye and looked up. Scarlet stood over him, staring down at him, but her usually intimidating presence could not be felt. Her eyes were wide, blank, and her mouth hung agape, a thin trail of drool spilling to the floor. Stuart realized she wasn't looking at him, but the spiral pattern on his hat. Scarlet. Herb brushed over to his entranced wife upon noticing her in the doorway. "Scarlet, wait!" Stuart watched Herb fall face first onto the floor, but in the air knocked out. He turned to see Kevin holding a frying pan in his hand. Where he had gotten it, Stuart had no idea. Stuart asked Kevin why he had done it. Kevin seemed surprised himself and had no answer. Stuart looked back at the hypnotized Scarlet and realized he accused Kevin of wanting to use this opportunity to his advantage. His crush on their new boss had been obvious since he'd first laid eyes on her at VillainCon. Kevin seemed flabbergasted and offended at the insinuation. Stuart reiterated his accusation, claiming that Kevin had removed Herb from the equation to use the trance without interruption. Kevin had no argument, but seemed determined to continue the argument regardless. He claimed that whatever his reason, he had done it now anyway, so there was no reason not to go through with it. Stuart argued that Kevin's rash action could jeopardize their place serving such a famous and powerful villain. Kevin acknowledged his point and agreed to simply make her forget and pretend it never happened, though the Herb situation would require another solution. Banana? Both Stuart and Kevin looked back towards Scarlet to find Bob looking up at her, the two having forgotten about him during their argument. Banana? Yes, Banana. Scarlet's arms rose up as she turned and walked away, completely off balance like a comical sleepwalker. Kevin and Stuart rushed to the door and panicked as Scarlet disappeared down the hall. Kevin demanded to know why Bob had done that. Bob's stomach rumbling was his answer. Stuart slapped his forehead. In exasperation, Kevin reprimanded Bob for his rash action, and Stuart was quick to remind Kevin that he himself had done something equally, if not more rash. As Kevin dismissed Stuart's claim, they heard the voice behind them. Banana. The trio looked up to see Scarlet, an unnatural smile on her ruby lips, as she held out a tray of fresh yellow bananas. Banana, Bob cried, as he began shoveling the fruit into his mouth, not wanting to miss out. Stuart quickly snatched a few of himself. Kevin watched on and realized the potential of what they had stumbled upon. He stepped forward and spoke a command in a questioning tone, unsure if it would even work. "Kiss." "Yes, kiss." Scarlet dropped the tray to the floor with a loud clatter and held out her arms as she stepped forward and lifted Kevin up before planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving a crimson mark as she pried her lips away. Kevin turned as red as the lipstick on his cheek. As Bob gathered up the fallen bananas, Stuart decided it was his turn. He gave his own command, which made Scarlet turn to face him. "Guitar." "As you command." Scarlet left the room and returned shortly with the red electric guitar the music enthusiastic minion had eyed up upon their arrival at Scarlet's mansion. Stuart happily took the guitar and played a sweet jam, while Bob continued eating his bananas and Kevin formulated a plan. Kevin lounged on a deck chair by the pool, phone in hand, as he watched Bob float on a rubber ring with despair, and Stuart watched his small TV for songs to emulate with his new instrument. Kevin informed his fellow minions back in the icy cave in the European wilderness that they had found a new boss to serve. After finishing giving directions, he put the phone down and snapped his little fingers. "Yes, sir?" Scarlett requested, as she stood at attention beside him. She was dressed in a red two-piece swimsuit, since earlier Bob's body splash had gotten her dress soaked. She was currently under orders to act like a maid for the three. Kevin gave his order and snapped his fingers a second time, having gotten used to being the boss like this right away. "Sir," Scarlett replied before pecking Kevin on the cheek and scuttling off to obey his command to bring him a cool drink. Kevin had no desire to leave Scarlett like this forever, but what he would do with her later on, he hadn't decided yet. Herb, meanwhile, had been caught trying to steal the crown himself after some convincing from his wife's new henchman, and was currently being held in the Tower of London. The minions would go and free him once their compatriots had made their way to England, maybe actually steal the crown this time too. Scarlett might like that once she was free. "Here is your drink, as ordered, sir," said Scarlett, as she presented the glass to Kevin. Scarlett could have been a great boss to work for had she not been so easy to manipulate. Maybe a more suitable candidate would come along someday. For now, Kevin took a sip of his drink and stared up at his boss and servant. It was good to have a boss to be the boss of. "I'm sorry. You want me to what?" Rouge the Bat stared in disbelief at the order she had just been given. "Did you not hear me the first time, Agent?" The GUN commander responded irritably. "You're going to see a psychiatrist about your kleptomania." "I do not have kleptomania," Rouge argued. "I'm a former thief." "Yes," the GUN commander thrust his finger at an empty spot on his desk. "See, she had been made." Rouge returned the gold-plated ballpoint to its original place on desk. "Okay, so I sometimes can't help myself, and on your previous mission to protect the Chaos Emerald in the Station Square Museum, when you claimed the thief had stolen an assortment of jewels during your shift but left the emerald alone? You really must think I'm stupid to not see the writing on the wall." "I never." The commander held up a Ziploc bag containing a number of very familiar jewels. "We recovered these from your locker earlier this afternoon. If it were up to me, you'd be court-martialed. But the president sees your skills as an asset, and you've earned some goodwill from the times you've helped Sonic save the world. But that goodwill is drying up. So you're going to see Dr. Spiral the cat to fix your inability to not steal." End of discussion. Rouge sat in the waiting room of the psychiatrist's office. She had received an urgent call from Dr. Spiral, informing her that an emergency had come up with a client, and she was referring Rouge to a colleague of hers, one Dr. Dahlia Bat. Dr. Spiral assured Rouge that Dahlia was one of the best in her field. Rouge didn't know what to make of the doctor's glowing praise, but she had little choice in the matter and had made her way to Dahlia's practice the following day. Despite Dr. Spiral's proclamations to the contrary, Rouge couldn't help but feel that Dr. Dahlia was perhaps not quite so impressive as she had been led to believe. For a start, the waiting room was rather barren. There was a desk for the secretary, a single two-seater couch with a coffee table in front of it, 2 magazines on said coffee table, and the walls, although pure white, seemed uneven in their application of paint. Then again, perhaps Dr. Dahlia had simply set up this office only recently and was too busy with patients to deal with the decorating. The intercom finally went off with Dr. Dahlia's voice coming through to ask her secretary to send Rouge in. The secretary, a young reddish chickena with blue eyes, looked up at Rouge, who was already standing. "If you'd just like to go in, the doctor will see you now," she said. Something was off about her though. Her tone seemed unnatural, as if her mind was clouded by tiredness or some foreign substance. She was young, so she might not be used to full work days yet, or perhaps she had been helping get everything set up. Either way, she looked like she could use some rest, something her boss could possibly help her with. Rouge mused. The young woman seemed fairly normal otherwise. She had the typical echidna spines, curled upwards at the tips, with a red fringe parted in the middle with a big black bow. She wore a teal sweater with a purple flower on the chest that would have exposed her midriff, had she not worn a black shirt underneath. Her skirt was light gray with white frilly accents and a gold belt. In addition, she wore fingerless white gloves, white strapped sandals, and a gold heart necklace. She was cute, putting the secretary out of her mind. Rouge stepped through the door into Dr. Dahlia's office. Much like the waiting room, the doctor's office was clearly still in the middle of renovations, but was evidently much further along, probably to avoid uneven coats of paint causing distractions. The room was larger than the waiting room and more brightly lit. The lavender paint on the walls was mostly finished and looked nice alongside the peachy carpet. There were some boxes stacked up against the wall behind the simple wooden desk, likely continuing more certificates and diplomas like the ones hung above them. Before the desk, stretching out diagonally away from the corners, were a pair of couches, each of which contained the sleeping young woman. One was a blue bunny with short brown hair and a fringe extending down over her right eye. She wore a pair of small sunglasses with red-tinted lenses. The rest of her attire gave her a very punk rocker look: a black sleeveless hoodie over a black t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of thick woolen arm warmers in black and blue stripes. Feet were bare, exposing the lighter shade of her soles, as her knee-high black boots rested on the floor beside her couch. The other girl was a white chicken with 3 red feathers on her forehead. She looked more of an adventurous type, a sleeveless brown top with a torn-up look, matching brown shorts with beige tufts on the legs, fingerless beige gloves, a light brown scarf, and a pair of black goggles with red lenses. Much like her fellow patient, her yellow feet were bare, her brown shoes, beige thigh-high socks, and light brown belt lying on the floor beside her. The doctor sat on a stool between the 2 couches, as she took notes, looked up upon Rouge's entry. She was an older woman, gray skin and long black hair with a large white streak down the middle and a red bow tied to the back. Over her red eyes and matching eyelids rested a pair of large, round glasses. Her attire consisted of a red dress, black tie, white lab coat, and black high-heeled tie. "You must be Rouge." She stood up to greet the newcomer, offering a hand, which the thief took figuratively, not literally. "Yes," Rouge replied. "Your Dr. Bat?" "Please, dear, call me Dahlia," the older woman said with a kind smile. "Are you sure you're ready to see me?" Rouge asked, angling her head to indicate the 2 sleeping girls behind the doctor. "Oh, don't worry about them," Dahlia said, looking back. "I've been taking on both my own patients and Dr. Spiral's for the day, so everything's been kinda hectic. You don't mind them being here, do you?" Rouge shrugged. "I guess not. As long as you don't mix up our suggestions, it's okay." "You mean like telling you that you're a strong, independent chicken instead of Carolina?" the doctor joked. "Don't worry, I've instructed them not to respond to my voice until I clap my hands, so your suggestions are yours alone." Here, why don't we get you sat down? Dahlia guided Rouge towards another couch against the wall. This one looked less expensive than the other two, but seemed no less comfortable, as Rouge gingerly planted her backside upon it. Dahlia sat on an equally comfortable-looking seat beside her, as she flipped through her notes and found Rouge's file. It says here that you were referred to Dr. Spiral for your kleptomania. Rouge scowled at the assertion, though not at the doctor herself, as she hadn't written the file. Let's call it self-control issues. The doctor suggested. Rouge didn't think it sounded much better, but it did help a little, and her expression became more neutral. Okay then, Rouge, I've dealt with plenty of cases like this before, so it should be an easy fix. I'll just put you under real quick and try some positive reinforcement, and you'll be completely cured in no time. How does that sound? Rouge still wasn't sure about this whole hypnotism thing, but if it was a quick thing, she could just get it over and done with, then leave. All right, she said slowly. Do you have a rule about shoes or something? She asked, indicating towards the other two patients once again. Oh, no, the doctor chuckled. I just suggest removing footwear to help my patients relax. Here, if it'll make you feel more comfortable. The doctor kicked her own shoes off and wiggled her toes. Rouge smiled and shook her head. She leaned down and slid her boots off and let them fall to the floor with a soft thud. She couldn't deny that having her toes freed from the steel toe caps of her favorite boots felt nice and comfortable. As Rogue did this, the doctor padded over to her desk and poured some tea for the two of them. Dahlia handed Rouge one mug and the aroma filled her nose. Rouge couldn't help but take a sip and found the tea very sweet. You like it? Dahlia asked with a smile. It's my own recipe. I use it to help my clients relax. Well, it certainly works, Rouge replied. I feel great. Once Rouge had finished her drink, Dahlia took her mug and indicated for Rouge to lie back on the couch. She did so, feeling more than a little drowsy, as she sank down into the couch. Okay, Rouge, I want you to close your eyes and listen to my voice, Dahlia suggested, and Rouge obeyed. I want you to imagine a big spiral. What are your favorite colors, Rouge? Black and pink, the thief replied instantly. Nice choice. I want you to imagine a big black and pink spiral in front of you. All you can see is the spiral. Stare deeply into it and it slowly starts to spin. It's like the whirlpool, drawing you in. Your gaze is drawn to the center, the point of origin. But you can't quite tell where the spiral starts, can you? Rouge replied, more softly this time. Just keep your attention focused on that spot and I'll help you find it. Just listen to my voice and stare into the spiral. Stare deeply into the spiral. Feel the spiral draw you in. Feel the spiral envelop you. Feel the spiral consume you. You are now one with the spiral. You are the spiral, Rouge, constantly turning with no end in sight. Rouge's head began slowly rolling in a circle, as if to physically show that the doctor's words were taking hold. But all that spinning is so very tiring, isn't it, dear? So tiring to your whole body, from your head to your chest, your arms and legs, all the way down to your toes. So very tiring. Dear. Rouge's head rolling began to slow and become less perfectly circular, as her muscles began to struggle to keep moving. But you must keep going, dear. You must keep going for the most incredible thing to happen. Are you ready for the most incredible thing you've ever seen to happen? Why yes, Rouge slurred, her voice barely above a whisper. Just keep going, my little trooper. Keep going. Oh, it's starting to happen. Can you see it? The spiral is starting to change color. The pink is becoming darker and the black is becoming lighter. Do you see it? Yes, that's right. The chaos of the clashing colors is easing as they influence and change one another. The pink is darkening into a beautiful ruby red, and the black is easing off into a light gray color. The clashing colors have found harmony and it's becoming easier to keep spinning. My little spiral rouge's struggle eased and her rotation became more smooth. Other extremities began to rotate in perfect sync with her head. Her wrists and ankles matched her neck perfectly, but those colors, there's something about them, something familiar. They remind you of someone, but I can't quite place my finger on it. Who do they remind you of, Rouge? Rouge's mind raced through images of every person she had ever met. Red and gray. Knuckles? No. Amy? No. Eggman? Certainly not. No, there was one person who those colors reminded Rouge of. You, Doctor, that's right, Rouge. Those are my colors spiraling around you. Those colors are mine. Everything that uses those colors are mine. The spiral is using my colors, so that means the spiral is yours. Very good, Rouge. But what, or rather, who, is the spiral? I'm, yes, Rouge. You are the spiral, I'm the spiral, and that means I'm yours? Yes, Rouge. You are mine. You belong to me. You must do as I say. You must obey me, I must obey you. Very good, Rouge. Now, all that spinning has made you so very tired, Rouge. You may stop spinning, but when you do, you will fall into a deep, deep sleep, where you will obey me unquestioningly. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Then stop spinning, Rouge. Stop spinning and obey. Rouge's head, hands and feet slowed to a stop, as Rouge lay motionless on the couch. Dahlia slowly reached over towards Rouge's foot and gave it a light tickle. No response. She tried harder. Still nothing. Dahlia smirked. Rouge, I'm your mistress and you will obey me. You are my mistress, I will obey. Dahlia jumped in victory. Okay, everyone, she said loud enough for the others to hear before clapping her hands. Everyone, stand at attention on command. Rouge, the bunny and the chicken all stood at attention like soldiers awaiting their next command. Smalia, close up and come inside, she called out to the front desk, where a muffled affirmation could be heard from the secretary. Before long, the Echidna had entered the room, eyes glassy and lifeless, just like those of the three patients. All of you stand together in front of the desk. They did so obediently. You in the closet, you can come out now. The closet door opened and out stepped an equally entranced green cat. She was the eldest of the 6 women, wavy white hair raised behind her head somewhere between a bun and hanging freely. She wore a dark green jacket over a yellow shirt that exposed her midriff, a short black skirt and matching sandals and fingerless gloves. She had a small blue scarf around her neck and a matching ribbon tied around her left wrist. Her eyelids were a shade of blue, similar to Rouge's, and her glassy yellow eyes lay behind a pair of small, rectangular spectacles. What do you think now, Spiral? Dahlia taunted in spite of the doctor's inability to react. Now see the merit of my research. My methods have easily induced 5 young women, all of whom are now ready to begin proper reconditioning to become more productive members of society. She pointed to each woman in turn. Rouge will no longer be a thief and will, instead, be put to use stopping robberies. Carolina will put her adventuring talents to good use, making deliveries of important medical instruments rather than exploring ruins. Beat will create music with subliminal messages to help me spread my message. And you, Doctor, you will do, as I do, using your vast hypnotic talents to make people more valuable to society. Oh, and Maya will be my foot slave to help me relieve stress as a reward for all my altruistic hard work. Speaking of which, Maya, get to it. Yes, mistress. The Echidna replied blindly. Foot slave Maya will obey. She lowered herself to her hands and knees as Dahlia sat back in the seat she had just risen from, raising her peach-colored right foot for Maya to worship. That's a good girl, Dahlia moaned. Now, the rest of you can entertain me. You are all chickens. She snapped her fingers and Rouge, Spiral and Beat all began flapping their arms and clucking like chickens. Carolina simply stood there. Carolina, why oh, right, she slapped her forehead at the realization. Okay, you are a cat, Carolina. Rouge and Beat dropped down on all fours and let out meows. Spiral simply stood at attention. Dahlia was not amused. Well, I'm not making any bunny commands, I can tell you that. Okay, Spiral, I want you to remember the spiral we discussed when I first hypnotized you. Stare deep into it and let it become one with you. Let yourself go deeper and deeper, until I say otherwise. I obey, mistress. The cat doctor replied, swaying slightly, as the green and black spiral once more appeared in her mind's eye. Okay, Maya, take a break and I dunno, practice on Beat or something. Foot slave Maya obeys, Maya replied, as she moved over to the now napping cat bunny's large feet and began kissing her pale blue soles. Carolina, you are a stereotypical chicken. Cluck and flap, until I tell you to stop. Yes, mistress, the chicken responded before acting much as her fellow patients had moments earlier. I may as well get started on your rehabilitation while I have you, Rouge. Come and kneel before me. Yes, Mistress Rouge groaned. I shall obey. Rouge knelt down before her mistress, eagerly awaiting further commands. Close your eyes, Rouge. Dahlia commanded. Close your eyes and picture the biggest, brightest jewel you've ever seen. Rouge did, as she was asked, envisioning the master emerald. As she did so, pour all of your love of jewels into is. All of your love for jewels is now invested in this one jewel before you. It entrances you and holds your full attention. Watch now, as the image slowly becomes blurry, ethereal. It's there, but it's hard to make out. It looks like it's changing shape, but you can't quite tell. Rouge's expression suggested she was struggling to make out the shape in her mind's eye, almost squinting her still closed eyes in hopes of the image becoming clearer. Open your eyes, Rouge. Dahlia cooed, as she raised her right foot for Rouge to see. Open your eyes and the image of your infatuation will become clear. Rouge's blue eyelids slowly rose, her turquoise eyes spinning for how deep she was, but still allowing her to see what she had been told to see. Before her was a pale, peach-colored foot. It was similar to her own, but a size or two larger. The object of her affection was Dr. Dahlia's foot. And there were two of them. Do you see it now, Rouge? Rouge nodded limply, a goofy wide grin spreading across her lips. You don't love jewels anymore, do you? No, your love is fixated elsewhere. You don't want to steal jewels anymore, do you? No, Mistress Rouge replied, shaking her head as limply as she had nodded. And what do you want? Dahlia smirked, already knowing the answer. Feet. Rouge mumbled, perhaps a little embarrassed in spite of her trance. Dahlia found this cute. And what do you want to do with them? Lick them, go right ahead. Foot slave Rouge, thank you, mistress. Foot slave Rouge gratefully obeys. Rouge extended her tongue, slowly dragging it up her mistress' right foot from heel to toe. Enraptured with the taste, she began licking with greater and greater vigor like a puppy. Dahlia's smug grin grew wider until she was laughing heartily. She had done it. She had taken a person's criminal desires and converted them into something more useful. She was half tempted to keep Rouge on as a foot slave in place of Maya, but realized that Rouge's skills would be put to better use with her original plan. Still, she had time to enjoy her work before she sent her on her way. How is your deepening going over there, Spiral? Have you become one with the spiral yet? Yes, mistress, the cat doctor replied. I'm Spiral. The spiral you mean, Dahlia corrected, looking over at the entrance cat. No, mistress, she replied, just Spiral. Spiral punctuated her declaration with a flash of her sharp golden eyes. How? Dahlia gasped, completely transfixed. I did, as you asked, my mistress. I became one with the spiral. I became the spiral. Command loopholes are a dangerous thing in the hands of a resistant subject. Not that I'll leave any open for you. Obey. Dahlia's will quickly left her. She had known Spiral was powerful, hence why she had used the drug to leave her mind more groggy and susceptible. In a direct confrontation, without any powers like Spiral had, Dahlia was no match. I obey. Dahlia droned lifelessly. Spiral sighed, taking a moment to calm her nerves and take in the situation. Two of her patients, Bea and Carolina, were here, as was her assistant, Maya. There was also Rouge the Bat, her latest patient. Spiral recalled being made to entrance Maya and redirect her clients to Dahlia. She disliked being mentally manipulated, but she took greater issue with the manipulation of her patients. She could only hope this incident wouldn't hamper her ability to help these girls. Dahlia, turn yourself into the police and confess all of your crimes, Spiral commanded. I shall obey, mistress, Dahlia responded before marching straight out the door. Spiral let out another sigh. She gathered her three patients onto one of the couches and felt it best to have them all forget what had happened, undo any fixing Dahlia had performed, and make them think they had simply had normal individual sessions with Spiral. It would take some time to craft and enforce the scenario, but she had little choice. She could only hope Dahlia would get what was coming to her. Dahlia continued her mindless march until she was a few blocks away from her makeshift office. Once she has taken a specific number of steps, a trigger activated in her mind, bringing her to a halt and awakening her from her trance. She shook her groggy head and took a moment to recall what had happened. Luckily for her, she had used self-hypnosis to implant a suggestion inside her own mind that allowed her to awaken if she was brought under the control of another person. She turned back, silently cursing Dr. Cat for her mental loophole, for getting in the way of her quest to improve society, for undoing all of her hard work, and for making her leave without retrieving her favorite shoes on the way out. She really liked those shoes. Finally, Shanti sighed as she arrived in the Hypno-Baron's inner sanctum. What's with all those stupid eye and door puzzles? And all those death traps and keys and that creepy skull key thing? Just how can a person live in a place like this? Seriously. And why are these places always so much bigger on the inside than the outside? She knew her complaining wasn't going to get her anywhere, but venting her anger was calming her down. At least I rediscovered the mermaid dance. That's something. I guess she took in the sight of the room. The floors and pillars were blood-red, and the only source of light seemed to be a lantern hanging from a chain in the ceiling. She could just make out the silhouette of a man in a robe. The robe looked to be blue with gold rims, with a hood that concealed the figure's face quite nicely. The figure cackled as she approached. Seriously? Shanti thought, rolling her eyes. Skull keys, skeleton minions, death traps, and now a red room and a cloak. This guy seriously needs to lay off on the gothic horror theme. You must be the genie, looking for the magic seals. Yes, he asked in an unexpectedly friendly tone. That's right, she said defiantly, thoroughly unimpressed by her next opponent. You have to, and now you're here for the final one. You've outsmarted Risky Boots. You're very, very smart. Shanti didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell if he was legitimately complimenting her or trying to throw her off. She opted to remain silent. She will never be able to restore the magic lamp now, the Baron declared. You are a hero. The townspeople will thank you. Shanti pictured the people of Scuttletown finally accepting her and throwing a grand parade in her honor. She smiled at the image. Then a thought occurred to her. This was the Hypno-Baron. She snapped out of her reverie and put on a defiant front. Is this a mind game? If you've got something to say it, but your uncle. He is keeping secrets from you somehow. Shanti found herself starting to believe the Baron's words. Uncle Mimic? No. He wouldn't keep secrets from me, would he? He wouldn't he? He is a resident of Scuttletown. The people of Scuttletown have never appreciated your efforts, no matter how many times you save them from Risky Boots. They lie safe in their beds thanks to you, yet they never appreciate you. But I can change that. You can? Shanti was swaying slightly, having trouble forming coherent thoughts. Would I lie to you? I only want what's best for you, my dear. All I ask for in return is that you listen to what I have to say. Okay, she stuttered, barely able to get the words out. Her mind was swirling with thoughts, some that told her not to listen, that he was trying to trick her, and some that said he could be trusted, that he wouldn't lie to her. You are a smart girl. You see, that I'm here to help you, yes. Shanti nodded in agreement, and a dopey smile spread across her lips. If you want them to appreciate you, all you need to listen to me. To accept what I tell you without question. To obey me, obey you, the half-genie replied, as her eyes glazed over lifelessly. Yes, The hypnobaron is your friend. The hypnobaron is my friend. Yes, the hypnobaron is your master. The hypnobaron is my master. No, I must resist. Shanti's resistance showed in her tired, worried expression. No, my dear. Resisting won't make the townspeople accept you. Resisting will make them hate you. Hate me? Yes. But obeying will make them love you. Obeying is the right choice. Right choice. Obey. Hypnobaron. Shanti's smile returned as she began to embrace the idea of obedience. Yes, obey the hypnobaron. Obey your master. I shall obey the hypnobaron. I shall obey my master. Her tone was happy and sleepy as she gave in. Good girl. Obeying is the right choice. You've made the right choice. Shanti's smile grew wider. The Baron cupped Shanti's chin and looked into her glassy eyes. He was pleased with his work. You are not the first to have come here and realized the joys of servitude. You are the latest in a long line of servants of the hypnobaron. You must be pleased. Yes, pleased to obey. Shanti replied happily. Then you must show the hypnobaron your loyalty or he will not help you. Shanti's smile faded as a desperate, pleading expression took over. Oh, please, master. I'll do anything to prove my loyalty. The hypnobaron knew exactly what he was going to have her do. You are a genie, are you not? I'm a half genie, master. Then you must be able to grant my wishes. I'm sorry, master. Half genies have very limited magic. Disappointed, the hypnobaron sighed. In that case you are to become a zombie for my amusement, as you wish. Master. Shanti closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, she smiled at the Baron. Hey, snack cakes, she greeted playfully. Snack cakes, the Baron asked, confused. A hooded robe. How mysterious. She quickly pulled his hood back to reveal the skull beneath. The hypnobaron was too confused to stop her. You're kind of cute, even with a big bone forehead. Say, you don't happen to have a nice, tasty brain in there, do ya? The Baron pulled his hood back. A brain? Yes, a brain. If not, you at least got some coffee? I need it to keep my great intellect intact. She looked down at her body. And why am I dressed like Shanti? I like her sense of fashion, but I prefer my own clothes. Because you are Shanti, the Baron replied. No, I'm not. My name's Rotty Tops. The Baron face bombed. When I told you to become a zombie, I didn't mean a specific zombie. I meant a hypno-zombie. A hypno-zombie? She looked confused at first, but a slight grin soon overtook form. Oh, you're into that kinda thing, are ya? She sniggered. All that, yes, master stuff? Hey, do you prefer to be the dom or the sleep? The Baron commanded. Shanti immediately stopped mid-sentence and returned to her trance. The Baron rubbed the rim of his nose hole in irritation. He just couldn't figure out why Shanti had interpreted his command the way she had. Perhaps there was still a part of her that was resisting, and this was an act of defiance that didn't really matter though. She'd still been convinced she was a zombie, and she'd also gone back under on command. It seemed another test was in order. If you're half genie, then you must know how to dance. Yes, Master, I'm very good at dancing. Then show the Hypno Baron what you can do to make up for that. Yes, Master. Your wish is my command. Shanti opened her eyes and stared blankly ahead. She began her sensual performance by slowly moving her hips from side to side, stiffly at first. Her arms were stretched out at her sides and her hips were moving out as far as they could go, then back again. As she went on, she seemed to lose herself in the dance more and more over time. Her movements became more fluid, almost water-like. Her hips swung more and more each time, until they were moving round and round in a nice, even circle. Her glassy eyes closed and a smile spread across her lips, as she began to enjoy performing the dance just as much as her master did watching it. She was in a kind of secondary trance, her body moving almost by itself, as her entire existence became dedicated to her dance, something that often happened to her when practicing at home. Even in her deep, hypnotic trance, Shanti loved the feeling of dancing, just as she loved the feelings it stirred in others. Many other women in Scuttletown envied her primarily because of her ability, and somehow that made her happy. Especially now, knowing that her dance that stirred such adoration in men and such envy in women was being used to please her master. Her arms drifted slowly together until her hands were clasped together in front of her chest, her hips maintaining their steady circle, not breaking it for a second. Her long, purple hair flowed with her movements, like a pendulum swaying evenly behind her back. After a few revolutions, her body titled back, facing to the side, her hips rising and falling like her chest would when taking deep, steady breaths. Although her eyes were glassy and lifeless, she seemed to be staring lovingly at her master as she shook her hips. Her smile was one of enjoyment and appreciation, enjoyment of the dance she was allowed to perform, the dance, and appreciation for her master, who allowed her to perform it for him. Back to the first phase, her arms out and her hips gyrating. This time, she was much more into it. Her smile was wider, her movement was more lively and beautiful. Her master watched, captivated by the dancer, and deep down, a part of her knew what effect she was having on her master. And she loved it. Snapping out of his reverie and ready to move on to the next stage of his fun, her master commanded her to stop. Her hands had just clasped together for second phase. Repeat, yes, master, she groaned as she stopped her dance. There was a bright light that blinded the Baron momentarily. Unbeknownst to the hypno-Baron, Shanti had the power inherited from her mother. Her dance was the catalyst for her power of transformation. Once his vision cleared, he saw that in the young genie's place was an elephant. The elephant looked somehow similar to Shanti. Its most striking feature was its eyes. Its clear and unglassy eyes. Its very angry eyes that were staring daggers into the Baron, nearly soiling his trousers. The Baron fled, followed shortly behind by Elephant Shanti. The inner sanctum was a very small room, leaving few places he could hide. Even up atop the two central pillars wasn't out of reach for the vengeful elephant, and he was eventually cornered. Shanti transformed back to her normal form and stood over him, ready to deliver justice for his crime. Any last words before I finish you? Shanti asked, angrily, having no other option. The Baron stared at the girl and said, just this, look into my eyes. His eyes shifted into spirals, and Shanti was too taken aback to avert her own. She stared into his spiraling eyes and felt herself slipping away. Not again, she managed, before being hit by a huge wave of drowsiness, so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open to stare into the Baron's eyes. Must resist, but it was futile. Shanti's eyelids felt as heavy as lead weights. Unable to remain open, her eyes closed and her head slumped against her chest. The Baron slowly got to his feet and cautiously asked, "S.H. Shanti? Can you hear me?" "Yes, master. I hear and I obey." All emotion was gone from Shanti's voice as she succumbed once more to the Baron's power. "Open your eyes, but remain in your trance," the Baron commanded, still not completely convinced. "As you command, Master." Shanti raised her head and opened her eyes, which were knotted in yellow spirals. The Baron wiped his brow in relief. He felt it best to get rid of her and avoid her breaking free and beating him up. In truth, the confident, calm mastermind was just a ruse. He was actually a complete coward. He feared pain and learned hypnosis so he could avoid conflict. Shanti was here for the magic seal he held in his possession, and she wouldn't leave until she had it. He took the item out of his robe and handed it to her. She levitated into the air, spinning slowly with her arms raised into the air. After a few seconds, she descended until her feet touched the floor and her arms lowered. "I want you to take this and leave my tower," the Baron commanded. "When you hear the gate close behind you, you will awaken from your trance with no memory of being hypnotized. You will believe that your strong will won out and you defeated me in battle. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master, I will forget. Shanti put the seal away and, arms raised, marched out the door that was a close one, the Baron sighed and went back to what he was doing. Before Shanti arrived, Shanti continued back through the tower in her zombie-like march. On the way out, she passed by the save guy. Would you like to save a record of your journey? He asked. Yes, Master, I would like to save the entrance, Genie replied. Once the process was complete, Shanti resumed her march. Kids, the old man said, shaking his head, as she left. Once she got outside, the Hypno Tower's gate closed behind her and she stood in her trance for a few moments before she awoke and shook her head to clear it. Images of the Hypno Baron's mind games failing and his transformation into a fake Uncle Mimic ran through her mind, as did the simplicity of his tactics. That was surprisingly easy. I expected a guy who calls himself the Hypno Baron to try and hypnotize me. Oh, well.
Tangled penmen. He
No time for Ome. During their travels in the Hone region, Ash, his best friend Pikachu, May, Max and Brock had come across a carnival that was set to open in the morning. After watching an impressive display from a magician and his assistant putting together a big tent, the gang decided to take a break from their travels and enjoy the carnival. Everyone was having a great time going on all the rides and eating a lot of carnival food. Whilst walking around, the crew noticed a poster lying on the ground. "Hey, what's this?" asked Ash, as he picked the poster up. "It looks like one of those posters I've seen around the place for the Great Butler's magic show," Brock replied. "Hey, that sounds like fun. We should go and see it tonight," said May, getting excited thinking about it. "What about you guys?" "Sure. I haven't seen a magic show in years," Brock replied. "I've never seen a magic show." "It sounds like fun," said Max whilst chewing on cotton candy. "Then let's do it," agreed Ash. "I can't wait to see the show." That night the group were enjoying the magic show at the big top. The Great Butler himself was on stage performing a various amount of magic tricks that got the crowd clapping and cheering. 2 clowns would occasionally appear on stage to help Butler set up for his next trick, jumping and cheering each time they came in. After the final magic trick of the night, Butler's assistant Diane and their Pokemon Mightyena and Curlia presented themselves one last time to thank everybody. "You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you all so much for attending tonight and hope you enjoy the show," said Butler to the audience. Everyone clapped and cheered louder than before. "However, since you've all been so great, there's enough time for just one more trick for tonight. But for this one, I will need 2 members of the audience to come and help me. Now, who would like to have the chance to become magicians?" The audience all raised their hands and begged for a chance. Especially May and Ash, who rose from their seats eager to give it a shot. Butler raised his hand in the air with one finger pointing upwards. "I think I've found the perfect magicians to help me. I shall choose you and you," he called, pointing towards Ash and Maximum. "Whoa, that's awesome. Come on, Max, Pikachu, let's go," Ash cried, leaping off his seat. Sure, replied Max nervously. Ash took his hand and jetted down the stairs whilst Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder. May looked really jealous and folded both her arms together tightly. Why do Max and Ash get to go? I wanna be a part of the show too, she grumbled. It should have been me out there. I should be the one to get to perform for Diane, moaned Brock, who, as always, was head over heels for any lady. Typical you, she replied and went back to sulking. Ash and Max got onto the stage where Butler and Diane welcomed them on. Welcome, fellow upcoming magicians. You look like you have a strong passion for show business. With your help, our final trick for tonight shall be one to remember. What are your names, fellow magicians? Asked Diane. My name is Ash and this is my partner Pikachu. Pikachu. Max looked a little shy. My name is Maximum. The Great. Then let's get started. Butler called as the two clowns came back on stage to present a large box that they opened up. Seeing as you are already great magicians, let's see if you can escape the burning box. The burning box? Ash asked. All you have to do is escape the box before it bursts into flames. I don't think I can, said Max nervously. It'll be fine, trust me, said Diane with confidence. You're magicians now, so you can do it. But we aren't really magicians. The two clowns got behind the boys and gently pushed them forward. Yeah, sure, but we aren't really clowns, said one of them, as they continued to push them forward until they were sitting in the box and closed the doors. Dusclops, step forward. Butler called out to one of his Pokemon assistants. Dusclops, it replied as it walked towards the box. The clowns span and jumped their way cheerfully off the stage as Butler began to speak to the audience again. Seeing as Ash and Max are great magicians already, they should have no trouble in escaping this box before it is destroyed by Dusclops' hyper beam. The audience gasped in shock. They will only have 10 seconds to escape before it is destroyed, so let's begin the countdown. Butler began to start counting down whilst Dusclops began to charge up its hyper beam. How are we supposed to get out of here? Ash asked. I dunno. There's got to be some sort of trick to this somehow. I hope, replied Max nervously. The countdown was getting closer to the end and the audience were on the edge of their seat. Especially May, who was chewing on her popcorn fiercely. 2-1. Dusclops, hyper beam, called out Butler. With that, Dusclops fired the beam towards the box. Ash, Pikachu and Max suddenly went downwards inside the box to find themselves in a small room where the floor elevated them backwards. The hyper beam had now destroyed the box, leaving a trail of smoke and bouquets of flowers descending towards the audience, who were in awe. Meanwhile, Ash, Pikachu and Max had stopped moving down below and started to be elevated upwards. The audience cheered as they saw that the boys had managed to escape the box perfectly. Incredible. Not only did they escape the box just in the nick of time, but they made bouquets of flowers appear as well. Just then, Ash, Pikachu and Max were brought back to the top of the seating area. Let's give it up for our new magicians, Ash, Pikachu and Max the Great. The spotlights aimed themselves towards the boys and the audience clapped and cheered for them. Thank you, said Ash cheerfully, with Pikachu thanking everybody back. The boys ran back down towards the stage where Ash waved and thanked everybody once again. Just then a grabbing device appeared out of nowhere and got a hold of Pikachu, dragging it away. Pika! It jolted out as Ash turned around. Pikachu! He cried out as the device formed itself into a ball cage and landed in the hands of the two clowns from earlier up high on the mini blimp. Now that's magic, said the female clown, as Pikachu tried to electric shock itself out of the cage. However, it didn't work and it kept trying again. Your electric attacks won't work in our zap trap. Give it up, replied the male clown. With that, the clowns flipped off their attire to reveal themselves as Jesse and James of Team Rocket. Now on with the show, they both said. It's Team Rocket, said Ash in anger. Give me back Pikachu. For the final trick of the evening, we are going to make all the Pokemon disappear. Jesse said there's a net containing my DNA and Curlia D from below the blimp. The Pokemon tried desperately to get out but just couldn't do it. The best part of the show begins now, said Team Rocket's third member, the talking cat Pokemon Meowth, who activated a switch by the spotlights to open up the big top's roof. He joined the rest of his team as the blimp began to float away. Who's the clowns now? They all said as they began to laugh. We have to stop them, Brock said as he and May were preparing to get up from their seats to help. I'll get M. Ash said, ready to throw one of his Pokeballs. Allow me, Butler said, looking calm and confident. Behold, he called to the audience. For our final performance, we have an encore. Dusclops, Capitata. Dusclops summoned up a blue flame and fired it towards Team Rocket's blimp. One of the ropes came loose and Jessica dropped the cage containing Pikachu as it opened up, freeing it. Ash caught Pikachu just in time before it hit the ground. Pikachu, he said, feeling relieved. What say we have an encore of our own? Pikachu fired a thunderbolt attack hitting Team Rocket, which broke the rope of the net containing Mideona and Curlia. The two Pokemon landed on their feet just fine. No magic show is complete without a vanishing act, so we saved the best part for last, called Butler, still making sure he was entering his audience. Dusclops, use Nightshade. Dusclops then fired out a Nightshade attack which sent Team Rocket flying upwards towards the sky. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, they cried, as they soon disappeared. Bravo, the audience cheered, all thinking that Team Rocket was all a part of the show. Looks like those guys won't be back for an encore, said Brock, as he and May clapped along with the audience towards Ash and Max, who cheered happily. Later that night, after all the audience had gone, Butler, Diane and their Pokemon kept Ash and friends behind to thank them for their help. It was no problem, Ash said happily. Thanks for letting us be a part of the show. The pleasure is all mine, gentlemen, replied Butler. I'm sure you'll become great magicians someday. We hope you get to come tomorrow night as well, said Diane. Sure, we'd love to, Max said, not feeling so shy anymore. May was desperate to ask Butler a question and walked closer towards him. Hey, Mr. Butler, sir. Do you think I could be a part of the show tomorrow night? Please, 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 she asked desperately. Well, I shall see what I can do, replied Butler, unsure of what to say. If some of these guys want to be a replacement assistant for you tonight, maybe I could book you a seat with me, Diane, said Brock, trying to make the moves on her. Max grabbed him by the ear and dragged him away. The only assistant she needs is one to keep her away from you, said Max, feeling embarrassed. Diane didn't reply and just looked confused. Butler was deep in thought and then snapped his fingers. Well, I just might have the perfect role for you, if you'd like, he said towards May. Really, you'll let me help you with the show? She asked excitedly. The next morning, Max, Brock, Pikachu and Diane were outside the tent preparing to help set up for the show. They were waiting for Butler to appear out of the tent so he could show them something. May I introduce to you our newest clowns, Ash and May, he called, as Ash jumped outside the tent. Tada, he called out happily, wearing a big clown jumpsuit with yellow and orange stripes, a big matching hat of the same colors, purple neck collar with big cotton balls and curled shoes. What do you think, Pikachu? Pika, it replied, approving of his look. Just then May appeared, jumping out of the tent, also dressed as a clown. Tadwo, she cried, as she tripped over and landed face first on the ground. Are you okay? Asked Ash, as he helped pick her up. Yeah, I'm fine, she mumbled, feeling totally embarrassed. Her clown outfit was quite different to the one that was previously worn by James. She wore a pink-colored jumpsuit with yellow bow ties, 4 buttons covered in yellow polka dots, white puffy gloves, big red clown boots that curled at the tip with jingling bells attached, a white neck collar and a pink hat with jingle bells dangling off the ends. Her face was colored with white face paint and 2 hearts painted on her cheeks. To top off her costume was a big red rubber nose. You look great, sis, said Max, looking at her costume. Yeah, you really look the part, replied Brock. Thanks, she said, feeling a bit happier. I asked if I could have something a bit cuter from what that creep James had on last night. Well, it suits you nicely, said Diane. You'll be a great clown, I just know it. Just remember to take it easy and do your best, said Butler. I'm sure you'll be able to entertain everybody. We sure will. Come on, May, let's get ready for when all the people arrive, said Ash, encouraging his friend. Then, she replied, following him. As the day went on, Ash and May were walking around the carnival, handing out posters to Butler's magic show and doing their best to entertain anybody that came to see them. Ash was really getting into the swing of things and having a great time. He wasn't the best at trying to tell jokes, but he was quite animated and was slowly getting decent at juggling rubber balls. May, however, was finding it a bit hard. Her attempts to juggle resulted in getting hit on the head several times, and she often tripped over when trying to bounce around a lot. Eventually, Ash and May took a quick break after going around the carnival a lot to grab some food and sat down on a nearby bench with Pikachu joining them. Ash noticed that May wasn't all that talkative and looked a bit down. You feeling okay? He asked concerningly. I dunno, Ash. I don't feel like I am really cut out for this job after all, she replied sadly whilst taking a sip of her soda. Hey, it's okay. You're doing your best and that's what matters. I think you're doing fine. Thanks, Ash. But I feel I need to talk to Butler about this too. I appreciate your concern, but I just need to make sure this is the right role for me. She got up off the bench and turned towards him. I'll be back soon, okay? If I take too long, go ahead and carry on. I'll find you. Sure, okay, Ash replied as he watched May walk off. I hope she's okay, Pikachu, he said to his buddy. Pikachu, it replied, feeling worried. May arrived at the big top where only Butler along with his Medina Curly and Dusclops were inside practicing for the show. Oh, hello there, May. How is it going out there? Are you being the best clown you can be? I'm trying to, sir, but I just don't think this is working for me, she said sadly. Oh, but why not? I can't seem to get into the rhythm of this at all. I keep falling over. I can't make the audience laugh, unless it involves me being clumsy without intending to be. I can't think of any funny jokes. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Butler put his hands on May's shoulders, looking serious. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. But you should never worry, my dear, because I can help you become the best clown you can be. I know just the thing that can help you. Really? You know how to help me? She asked, feeling a bit more hopeful. Certainly. Why, my good friend Curly here always knows what to do whenever somebody is feeling down. Curly, we need your help, my friend, he called out towards his Pokemon. Curly, it replied gracefully, walking over to him and May. Our clown in training needs your positive energy to help her to be the best clown she can ever be. Could you help her? Curly, it replied, as it looked towards May, telling her that it would be more than happy to help. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate this, said May, now starting to warm up with a smile. She then kneeled down so it was easier for Curly to be in contact with. Curly, let's give our friend the help she needs, Butler said, as Curly started to give full eye contact towards May whilst she did the same with Curly. The Pokemon started to slowly chant and wave its hands in a rhythm around her. May kept full eye contact on Curly, making sure to never look away, wondering what it was going to do. Then Curly's eyes began to glow a dark shade of red as it continued to chant. May began to fall into a deep trance and her eyes lost all life in them, never looking away. Butler's welcoming smile soon changed into a more menacing one and began to chuckle. Oh, my dear May, you didn't suspect a thing, did you? I wasn't lying when I said I was going to help you be the best clown you can be. But I'm afraid you're going to be a permanent clown for my show, and you'll always obey my every command. He then walked on over towards May, still heavily under Curly's hypnosis. Excellent work, Curly. Your hypnosis never ceases to fail. Curly was still in full concentration. Butler then looked towards May, ready to speak to her. Now then, my obedient puppet, you will obey my every command forever. Do you understand? Yes, I'm at your command forever, replied May in a lifeless, robotic tone of voice. From now on, you are going to be known as Maisie the Clown. You shall always have your abilities heightened to where you are a near-perfect clown who can be acrobatic without fail. You'll be able to effortlessly make balloon animals for all the children. You'll be a great tamer for any dangerously wild Pokemon acts. Be great at slapstick humor, know how to juggle without fail, and be a great assistant in my magic tricks. You will now address me as Master, but when around others you shall call me by the Great Butler. You will be my clown for life. So then, who am I? You are my master. Who am I when you are around others? The Great Butler. What is your new role in life, and what is your name? My role is to be your clown for life. My name is Maisie the Clown. Excellent. You are very obedient, Maisie. You shall also allow me to take care of your Pokemon forever too. Yes, Master, you shall keep my Pokemon forever. Fantastic. Now then, I want you to test your new abilities as a clown. Climb up that pole there and walk across the tightrope. Yes, master. May climbed her way up the pole ready to start walking the tightrope. Being under deep hypnosis following Butler's orders was actually working at making her have better coordination. She walked across the tightrope effortlessly, not having any trouble at all. That's incredible, Maisie. Now then, come down here. May made her way back down and walked back to Butler, standing motionlessly waiting for an order. Now have a little dance using all those jumps and spins you were having trouble with before. May started to dance for him now, pulling off the spins and jumps without ever losing her balance this time. Butler chuckled to himself, feeling proud that he got May the way he wanted her to be. Well done, Maisie. I think you're just about ready to get back out there and continue to entertain everybody. Now go back out and be the best clown you can be. Yes, master. May obediently walked out of the big top off to do what Butler had ordered. Butler chuckled, feeling very proud of himself. Excellent work, Curlia. The girl really wants to be in the show and be the best she can be, so I think we've done her a big favor. It also helps to have somebody completely obedient around after losing last night's clowns. People have quit being clowns for me far too many times in the past, but that won't happen ever again thanks to you. It couldn't have come soon enough that you would finally learn hypnosis, my faithful companion. The great Butler's magic show shall continue on with no more interruptions ever again. Curlia smiled for its trainer, but deep down inside it wasn't at all happy with what it had been asked to do. It worried for the state of its dear friend. At the carnival, Ash was now passing flyers around to advertise 2 shows happening at the Big Tent that night. One was for a circus show and the other was for another showing of the great Butler's magic show. He was also trying to find May, who still had not returned back. Pikachu, who sat on his shoulder, had now joined him, hoping to find her as well. Still no sign of May, buddy? Ash asked. It replied with a sigh of disappointment. I'm sure she's somewhere around here. Maybe she went to grab a snack or something. Pikachu suddenly raised its ears, hearing the sound of jingling bells. It recognized them from earlier. Pika-Pie, Pika-Pika, it cried out, pointing its hand out forward. You found her, Pikachu? Where? He looked on ahead and at long last noticed a familiar-looking clown. It was indeed May, who seemed a lot more acrobatic than earlier. She skipped, spun and jumped around, entertaining people who were passing by. They all were amazed at how flexible she was and were clapping for her. She would also stop for some children and make some balloon Pokemon for them like an expert. Despite wearing huge puffy gloves on her hands, she made the kids laugh by squeezing her rubber nose that made a honking noise when pressed. Whoa, Pikachu, look at her go. When did she learn to get so good that fast? Said Ash, looking in amazement. Pika-May headed towards them, still with the intent of entertaining people. Ash and Pikachu smiled as she got closer to them. Hey, May, you're rocking it right now. Way to go. Pika-May didn't even acknowledge them and passed on by continuing to do as she was ordered by her master Butler. Ash and Pikachu watched as she skipped away, wondering if she had even heard them. I guess she's just really into the rhythm of it all right now. Guess we better carry on to Buddy, he said. Pikachu agreed as the two of them carried on, passing flyers. May continued to entertain audiences throughout the day under the constant trigger in her mind telling her to do everything Butler had ordered her to do. Eventually, She passed by the trailer where Butler was inside having a cup of coffee. He saw May jumping around outside the window and rushed on over to get her attention. "Oh, Maisie, my dear, come on over here for a few minutes, would you?" May stopped on a dime hearing her master and walked on over to him, devoid of any life she had been demonstrating before. Her empty, lifeless eyes were fixated on Butler, never looking away as she headed towards him. Butler closed the trailer door and sat back down in his seat. "Now, Maisie, I need to give you some new instructions for some plans that are happening today, as well as improve yourself as a clown. It's so I call upon you, Curlia, my friend." He opened up his pokeball containing his Curlia, who already knew what to expect when it saw May close up to a Curlia. "We need your help once again to make Maisie an even better clown than before, and to remember the plans for tonight." "Do your thing," the Curlia agreed, even though that deep down inside it wasn't happy with what it was asked to do. It felt too scared to retaliate against its hypnosis on May again because of how long it had been friends with Butler. But despite how it felt, Curlia did what Butler requested and began to use its hypnosis on May. May was in a deeper trance than before now, as the effects of Curlia's hypnosis grew stronger on her. "Now, first off, Maisie, I have specific instructions about the circus going on tonight that I need you to hear. One of the performers has grown terribly ill and can no longer be on the show tonight. I need you to take this performer's place and take part in that show tonight. I trust in your incredible abilities and just know you'll be able to put on a great show for everybody. Do you understand what you need to do?" "Yes, Master," May replied robotically. "Fantastic. Next, I will need you to improve your skills as a clown. I forgot to take into account that whilst you have your amazing acrobatic skills along with everything else, you don't seem to show any emotion at all. I know for you right now in your current state, but I need you to be jollier for me, okay? I have a reputation to keep and I can't let anyone be suspicious about what is going on here. If anyone asks anything about me, you will tell them that I gave you helpful advice to be the best clown you can be. So just enjoy your new life when around others, when I'm not here. When around me, be as monotone as you want. It only proves your loyalty to me." "Yes, Master." The more in control Butler felt, the more devious he was beginning to sound. Never before had he ever felt like this, as he loved every single minute. He then got out a watch from his pocket. "Now then, Maisie, go back out there and continue doing what you do best. Only this time you will act a bit more human and love your life as a clown. When the time reaches 5 p.m. this watch I shall strap to your wrist will ring, and that's when you must return to me in this trailer. We need to get prepared for both the circus and my show around that time. Understand?" "Yes, Master." "Excellent, Curlia. That will be enough now, please." "Thank you very much, Curlia," it replied weakly, feeling tired. "I'll take a good rest now, my friend," Butler said, as he returned Curlia to its pokeball. "Now then, Maisie, do you love being a clown? Tell me with some emotion in that voice of yours." "Yes, Master, being a clown is what I was always meant to be," May replied in a jolly tone of voice. She was acting much happier now, even if it was completely forced and the life in her eyes was still gone. "Fantastic, now get back out there and have some fun." "Your eyes," she cheered, as she danced out the trailer heading back to the carnival. Butler chuckled to himself, feeling very proud as he closed the door. Meanwhile, Max and Brock, who were having fun on some carnival rides, had eventually joined up with Ash, who was now out of costume, taking a well-deserved break. After feeling dizzy from a few of the rides, they sat down on a bench to relax, so May must still be going around the place, as the clown has said Brock, asking on her whereabouts yet. She must be, 'cause I haven't seen her most of the day. She took off after feeling down about getting her role as a clown wrong, but she comes back later and now she's showing off tricks I never knew she had in her. It's a pretty amazing switch from what she was like earlier, Pika replied Pikachu in agreement with him. What kind of stuff was she doing then? Ash asked Maximum. I know my sister, and I know she's never been the most flexible person in the world. She was twirling, spinning, and dancing around the place like an expert. She was even making balloon Pokemon like she had been doing it all her life. Whoa, now that doesn't sound like the kind of things she would be doing. Are you sure it wasn't just a different clown? She did have a lot of white face paint on her, and most clowns wear that stuff. It was definitely May for sure. It's pretty easy to tell who it is under the face paint, and the costume was the same one she was wearing. How odd indeed, replied Max, thinking deeply about it. Just then a big pie appeared right before Ash's eyes and slammed right into his face. Pikachu jumped off his shoulder just in time to avoid being hit. Gaia cried out a familiar voice as the boys turned around to see who it was. It was May, who was laughing at her antics and skipped off to continue going around the carnival. May. Hey, come back, Max cried out as he chased after her. Hey May, wait! Followed Brock as he ran off to catch her as well. Ash just watched in a state of confusion, covered completely in cream pie all over his face. May, come back here a sec, Max called as he and Brock continued to chase her. May looked back, giggling as she skipped and twirled around the place. Eventually, she stopped and kneeled down to Max's height. Max and Brock stopped to catch their breath as May got closer to her brother. Her state of mind didn't even recognize Max as her brother and treated him like any other child around the carnival. What would you like then, little boy? She asked in a soft and gentle tone of voice. It's me. I know just what you would like. A special balloon Pokemon just for you. May then took a couple of balloons out of her big pocket and began to start shaping them up into a balloon. Jigglypuff, here you go, little guy. It's a Jigglypuff balloon just for you. She handed it over to a speechless Max, who was shocked at what she just did. She skipped on over to Brock. For you, sir, a flower, she said, handing over a single daisy to him. Brock didn't even have the time to react, as May squeezed it and water shot out, hitting him in the face. May laughed at him and fell back on the floor, continuing to do so. It almost sounded genuine, if a bit forced. Let's play again sometime. Goodbye now, she said, and honked her rubber nose before jetting off. Max tried to hold in, giggling at the noise the rubber nose made. Ash had caught up with them with most of the cream pie now off his face. Hey, guys, did you find her? Yeah, we did, replied Max, just looking confused. I guess she's super into her role now, replied Brock. I can't understand how she got good enough to be that acrobatic and make amazing balloon Pokemon in just a short span of time. Maybe she has been keeping that talent hidden after all. Max pondered. Whatever it is, she's pretty good at being a clown now. Hopefully, we can meet up with her later and ask about it, said Ash. Hey, wait a sec, said Brock, who just remembered something. There's that circus happening tonight at the tent before Butler's next magic show. Maybe she's going to be taking part in that tonight as well. Good thinking, Brock. We'll watch it tonight and see if my sister shows up, replied Max. She's probably really busy getting ready for it later on. Sounds like a plan then, said Ash. Let's head on over there tonight and catch up with her afterwards. The day progressed as expected, with May continuing in her role she was forced to play without ever taking a break. She showed no signs of stopping unless she was ordered to. Eventually, the clock struck 5 p.m. and May headed immediately back to the trailer, as instructed. She quickly arrived and opened the trailer door where Butler was waiting. "Amazing, welcome back," he said happily. Like a flick of a switch, the jolly and cheerful May went back to acting like her previous monotone robotic state of mind. "Now then, let's head on over to the tent. The ringmaster of the circus is awaiting us." "Yes, master." They both made it to the tent where the ringmaster awaited. "Ah, hello there, Butler, and your partner Maisie, is it?" "Hello there, sir, and yes, this is indeed Maisie," he replied and shook his hand with the ringmaster. May remained in a lifeless state, staring blankly at the ringmaster. "Don't be shy now, my dear, say hello," Butler told her in a friendly manner, even though to him it was an instruction. "Hello," she replied, now switched back to being jolly. "Why, hello there to you as well. Thank you so much for helping me out tonight. We could really use your help. Leave it to Maisie, sir. She'll put on a show and the likes you have never seen before. Minnie, she's so good that all she will need is just one practice run. Why, she'll be asked for an encore. I just know it." "Fantastic. So then, Maisie, let me show you exactly what you're going to be doing tonight," said the ringmaster. "I'll stick around, if that's okay," said Butler. "Maisie might want me around for some encouragement whilst you teach her." "That's fine with me," replied the ringmaster with a smile. As he began to show May the acts she would be doing, Butler chuckled to himself. He felt proud that the ringmaster had no idea on what he had done to May to get her where she was now. The evening arrived and the circus was just about to begin. It was a full house with not a single seat left open. Ash and the gang waited patiently with popcorn in hand, waiting to see if May was going to show up. The lights then dimmed and the ringmaster appeared in the center of the tent with the spotlight shining down on him. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, welcome to tonight's circus. We've got a great show lined up for you all tonight, so prepare yourselves for some spectacular acts." So without further ado, the show, the audience clapped as he left the ring and the acts commenced. The show had a variety of acts throughout, such as the human cannonball, artistic cycling, fire dancing, Pokemon taming, much more. The crowd were in awe watching the highly trained professionals show all their skills. "So when do you think May is gonna show up?" Max asked. "Probably towards the end, I would assume. It's just gone past the halfway point and still no sign of her," replied Brock. "Well, whenever she shows up, seeing what she's been working towards should be good," said Ash, hopeful of seeing her. Before the next act began, the ringmaster appeared again. "Before we begin our next act, I'd like to inform you all that sadly one of our performers couldn't make it tonight, as she has fallen ill. But never fear, because a very kind volunteer has stepped in and has shown us some truly amazing skills. Prepare to be amazed, because it's going to be spectacular." Butler, who watched from the shadows, chuckled to himself. "Oh, they will be indeed. My creation is going to be a hit. I can see the money just rolling in now," he said to himself quietly. The lights dimmed as the next act began. It started out with a man acting the role of a boy sitting down on the floor looking sad. The spotlight shone on him, showing the audience the sadness he was conveying. He had a big colorful bouncy ball and was playing by himself. The speakers played the sound of children playing together, which was telling the story of a lonely boy who had no friends to play with. Just then something from above was slowly descending from above the tent, and the actor looked up as well as the audience. It looked like a person descending downwards in a recognizable cloud jet that the audience remembered throughout the day. Ash and friends gasped as they now realized who the person was. There was May descending down the tent attached to a system of pulleys and straps like a puppet. "Look, there she is," Max said as quiet as he could. "It's definitely May." May was playing the role of a clown marionette as part of an acrobatics act where the story was about a puppet becoming friends with a lonely boy. The pulley system put May on the ground and she walked to the actor stiffly like a puppet would walk. She tapped the actor on the shoulder, which prompted him to turn around and be shocked by her. May had the permanent smile fixed on her face and seemed to never blink, keeping in character of what a puppet would be. The pulley system raised her up and she began to twirl around in midair in a series of impressive acrobatics. She was put back on the ground and raised her arms out stiffly and was trying to tell the actor without any dialogue to throw the ball to her. The actor did just that and they both began to throw the ball back and forth, with May doing more acrobatics whilst she played with him. The actor playing the boy was showing happiness and was often being playfully tricked by May's antics. She would make him think someone was behind him or even pretend to not give him back the ball. Her antics made the audience laugh except for Max, who was more fascinated than anything else. Then the pulleys were dragging May back into the air as she waved goodbye to the actor. The actor didn't want her to go and pulled her back down and removed the straps connecting her to the wires, as if it were to break her free from her strings. May collapsed to the floor and sat motionless for a few seconds. She then jolted up on her feet and began to dance around the stage. She did her series of twirls and spins and even interacted with some of the audience as she skipped on over to the seats. She then got on a nearby unicycle and juggled some balls whilst she rode on it. The audience clapped and cheered loudly, feeling impressed with her skills. Ash, Brock, Max and Pikachu were speechless as they watched in amazement. "Okay, she could never have done this before. How on earth is this happening?" exclaimed Max. "No idea, but this is nuts. How on earth is she this good?" Ash replied, with Pikachu replying. "Officially have no explanation anymore," said Brock, struggling on finding the words to say to end the act. May pointed towards the tightrope up above, showing the actor what she was going to do next. She climbed up the pole and started to walk across the tightrope like an expert. The audience continued to cheer whilst Ash and friends had their jaws wide open in complete disbelief. May then stood on one foot and spread her arms out to keep in balance. The smile never left her face and was still constantly making sure she pleased Butler and the ringmaster. She eventually came back down and danced towards the center of the ring. May honked her rubber nose just in time, with the ending of the circus music playing in the background, thus ending the act. The audience stood up from their chairs, clapping and cheering louder than ever. Ash and the others couldn't even muster to get up at all, still in amazement at what they had just seen their friend perform. The ringmaster headed back onto the stage and stood next to May. "Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up for Maisie the Clown," he cried. "Maisie the Clown," Max called out in shock. "That must be her stage name," Brock replied. "Never expected that, but it in the works, I guess," said Ash. Pikachu agreed. "What an amazing performance, folks. Look forward to seeing Maisie once again tonight at the Great Butler's Magic Show, where she will be his trusty assistant. Give it up once more for Maisie. The audience's cheers got louder than ever, and Butler, still in the shadows, felt very pleased with May's performance. Fantastic. She's turned out just the way I wanted her. There is absolutely no way I'll be giving her up now. That girl is fully under my power and nobody suspects a thing. Maisie is a gold mine that I will keep forever. He started to laugh to himself manically at his success, unheard by anyone through the loud applause. He was dead set on making Maisie a household name for the rest of his career. To a close, and May was the star of the show. The audiences were speaking amongst themselves as they left the tent about how amazing they thought she was. Butler's magic show was set to begin within an hour, so everybody had a chance to get some fresh air whilst the tent was being prepared for the show. Ash, Brock, Pikachu and Max were the last ones in the tent, hoping to try and find May. Butler noticed they were still hanging around and walked on over to them. "You kids still here, I see," he said. "Yeah, we were hoping to catch up with May before the show started, just to congratulate her," replied Ash. "We haven't seen much of her all day, so would it be okay to see her?" asked Brock. Butler had a feeling they would ask about May. He was determined to make sure nobody was suspicious about what he was doing, so he responded in a flash, "I'm sorry, but May is very busy right now. Lots of preparation is needed for her to get ready for the show, and she can't be disturbed, but she's our friend. She probably appreciate getting to see us before the show," said Ash. "I understand that, Ash, but show business is a very busy process." She understands that and said that she will catch up with you as soon as the show is over. "Okay?" Ash and the others looked disappointed. Max was especially annoyed because he had so much he wanted to ask her about. How on earth she got so acrobatic. Ash suddenly realized something and spoke up. "Hey, Butler. You had 2 clowns in your previous show, so I still need to do my part, right? You said you needed some replacements, and May wasn't the only one. Blast, I completely forgot about this brat," he thought to himself. "I don't need his help anymore, now that Maisie is the only clown I need. But if I take him away, then his friends will get too suspicious and my plans will eventually be ruined. I can't afford to lose my gold mine and give her back to her friends. If I'm going to keep her in my services, then I need to settle this tonight." Butler asked Ash, wondering why the few moments of silence. "Oh, I'm sorry there. I just realized something about the show. We won't be needing your assistance after all." "What? But why?" "Because some of the tricks I'll be performing tonight won't require you both. Based on you and May's performance, I feel that she will be best suited for tonight's show." "Really?" "Aw man, Pikachu," replied Pikachu, disappointed in his response. "Show business is a tough road. Trust me, it was very difficult to pick between you both, as the both of you are so good, but in the end only one is required tonight, and after being the judge I have had to go along with May." "I'm sorry, Ash." "No, it's okay. I understand where my true talents lie. Mine is to be the world's greatest Pokemon master," he said, beginning to feel proud of himself. "I won't stop until I accomplish my true goal, but thanks for giving me a chance, sir. It was a lot of fun." "Thank you for understanding, Ash. I wish you the very best of luck in your journey. I'll be waiting for you to appear in the Pokemon League." Butler smiled, not only to keep his cover intact, but at the same time he did slightly admire his determination. Ash reminded him of when he was his age. "So we can see May after the show for sure, right?" asked Max, starting to feel impatient. Of course, Max, the great, she had said she will see you immediately afterwards, so don't worry. Okay then, he replied with a sigh. Then we have a lot of work to do, kids, so I'll need you to step outside while we prepare. See you later on. Sure, okay. Looking forward to watching you and May again, said Ash with a smile as the group headed outside. Butler started walking backstage to find May, feeling relieved he had got rid of the kids. Now the show can go on without a problem. After tonight, Maisie will be mine forever. Butler found May standing perfectly still in one spot backstage whilst crew members were carrying out equipment to put on the stage. The bells on her costume jingled as she turned around to face Butler walking towards her. "Aw, there you are, Maisie, my number one clown. You were truly amazing out there." May didn't respond and just continued to stare lifelessly at him, awaiting an order. "Let's head back to the trailer quickly and go over plans. So coming up, follow me." My dear Diane, who had been busy all day preparing for the show, appeared backstage and caught up with Butler. "Hello, dear. How are preparations going?" she asked. "Everything is going just fine, Diane. You missed out on an amazing circus. May here is a truly gifted individual and stole the show you performed in the circus," Diane asked, looking at May. Being asked a question from somebody else from Butler triggered May into acting happy and jolly. "Yes. I was the best clown ever in the circus," she replied enthusiastically. "I took over for somebody who was feeling sick." "Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure you were brilliant out there. Thank you very much for helping out with that in our magic show. We really appreciate all your hard work," she smiled. "Thank you," May replied and did a jumping twirl. "Diane, I need to head back to the trailer with Maisie really quickly. I shall rejoin you shortly." "Okay then. See you both very soon," she said, and walked off to go and help set the stage up. May then went back to being monotone and looked towards Butler. "Well then, Maisie, let's go to the trailer now." "Yes, master," she replied and walked behind him inside the trailer. He instructed May on how she would make her entrance and what she would need to bring out on stage for his magic acts. Before heading back out, he remembered he had to make sure he found a way to keep May to himself after the carnival would be over. Knowing everything would be packing up and leaving in the morning, he then started to get serious with her. "Now listen to me, Maisie. After tonight's show, we will be leaving this place to go traveling around the world to do our shows for many other people. With your amazing performance today, I have decided that you will be staying as my clown forever. Of all the clowns I've ever worked with, you are the greatest one I have ever known and really want you to stay with us. I know you must have your own goals being with your friends and brother, but the time has come for you to say goodbye to them. You are a clown now, and your destiny is to entertain thousands of people throughout the world." He took a deep breath before speaking again. No response came from May, as she obediently listened to his every word. He took out his poke ball containing Curlia, ready to deepen his grip on her. "Come on out, Curlia," he said, this time sounding more serious than enthusiastic. He opened the ball and Curlia was released. It was looking a little bit puffed out. "Curlia, my friend, I need your help one last time today. Maisie is taking part in our show and needs your assistance." Curlia, it replied, not feeling all that good. It got on with it and cast its hypnosis on May once again. May bended down slightly and her arms raised upwards a little, as Curlia was increasing its hypnosis on her. "Listen carefully, Maisie. It's about your two friends and your little brother Max. I want you to completely forget about them and focus on your new life as a clown for me. If they ask about you going back with them, then you will tell them that you are going to travel with me for a little while to improve your skills as a clown. You will tell them that you will rejoin them again when I can find other clowns. But you already know that you will stay with me forever to be Maisie the Clown for the rest of your days. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Master May responded. I'm Maisie the Clown now and will leave my friends and brother Max to be with you. Excellent. Curlia, you may stop now. Curlia stopped its hypnosis and was starting to wobble around a bit now. Then Maisie and Curlia, let's get back to, but before he could finish his sentence, Curlia then collapsed on the floor and passed out. Curlia, Butler cried and picked up his Pokemon, feeling really worried. Curlia, please open your eyes. Curlia opened its eyes weakly and tried to move. Kiki, oh no, this is terrible. We need to get you help and quick. Just then Diane came rushing into the trailer, slamming the door open as she came in. Butler, what's wrong? I heard you calling out just now. What's going on? She saw Curlia in his arms. Deacon rushed over to his side. Oh no, what's wrong with Curlia? Curlia, are you alright? Butler's mental state was all over the place. He was scared for his friend and didn't even realize that it was his own fault. He didn't consider that Curlia would tire out from using its new hypnosis ability too much. At the same time, he was dead set on making sure the magic show was a success, but without Curlia being able to do it, he was lost. Butler, what happened to Curlia? How did it get like this? Diane asked. I have no idea. We were just about to get ready for the show and it just suddenly fainted. What am I going to do now? Curlia looked upon Butler with a sad look, knowing that what its friend had asked was too much for it to handle. Deep inside its heart it felt terrible for making May a slave for Butler and wanted to show anger towards him. But it was too tired out to do so and felt scared about how Butler would react. Butler just looked at it in a state of confusion. He had gone so mad with power that he was no longer thinking straight. Butler, I'll stay here and look after Curlia. You need to get ready and put on the magic show, she told him. But Diane, I need you. Without you or Curlia, what am I going to do without my helpful assistance? Diane then just realized that May was in the trailer as well. She was so focused on what was wrong with Curlia that she didn't notice her. What about May? She said and stood up, holding Curlia in her hands to talk with May. May, I know you've been really busy already today, but can I be a pest and ask for your help on this one? I hate to ask when you have enough on your plate, but would you be okay with taking over the roles Curlia and I do? We have separate acts, so you won't need to play double roles. May just stood there, still in a slanted posture, staring blankly forwards. May, are you alright? She asked, looking concerned. You seem to be a bit lost. Butler dashed towards May and immediately took action. Please, could you help us out? I'll show you what you need to do, he asked, knowing full well she would agree. May triggered into her jolly state of mind. Yes. I'll help you, she replied cheerfully. Diane wanted to say thanks but found her behavior quite strange. Her reaction and behavior, something about it seemed quite unnatural. She didn't look concerned at all for Curlia and looked really out of it. Is something the matter? Oh, thank you so much, my dear. We are eternally grateful for your assistance today. We must leave at once and get prepared for the show. Okay. Let's go, she replied and did the spin. Diane was still watching May, not feeling entirely convinced that she was alright. Thank you, Diane. As soon as this is over, I'll get back to Curlia right away and do what I can. Okay then. Good luck, you two. Curlia will be just fine, so don't worry too much. I'll take good care of it, Diane replied, trying to give Butler some encouragement. Thank you. Let's go, Maisie the clown, and get this show ready. Yay, showtime. They both left the trailer and headed off back towards the tent. Diane sat down with Curlia, still thinking about the situation. It's okay, Curlia, I'm right here for you, she said, smiling. Curlia, it replied weakly. Time passed and the audience were all sat back in their seats, eagerly waiting for the show to begin. Ash, Brock and Pikachu were excited to watch it again, mainly for how May would take part. Max wanted to feel the same but still couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off. The boys looked towards him, wondering what was up with him. Aren't you excited to see May perform again, Max? She's been amazing tonight, so cheer up. She'll need you to cheer her on, Brock told him. Yeah, I know, but I feel like something is wrong and it's really bugging me. Like what? Asks Ash. I dunno. I just feel like something isn't quite right. Maybe you're just feeling impatient on finding out how your sister was so talented. It won't be long till we can see her again, and then you can ask all the questions you need to, replied Brock. I guess I'm just not sure. Just then the lights dimmed and an announcer was heard on the Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up for the greatest magician you've ever seen. Here's the great Butler along with his faithful sidekick Macy the clown. The audience cheered and clapped as loud as they could as they saw Butler and May walk onto the stage. They were both smiling at everybody and waving their arms to say hello. Look, there she is, said Ash excitedly. Picker, replied Pikachu happily and waved towards her. She's looking pretty happy out there. She's bound to put on a great show, said Brock. Max didn't say anything and just clapped. Welcome everybody once again to the great Butler's magic show. Butler called out, tonight we've got an even greater amount of tricks up our sleeves, even better than the previous night. For those new to the show, don't worry, because some of our most spectacular tricks will get another showing tonight. But before we begin, I'd like to make an announcement. Unfortunately, my lovely assistant Diane and my good friend Curlia are unable to perform tonight due to some unexpected events, but do not worry. They will be just fine and are with you all in spirit. But tonight we have the one and only Maisie the clown to help us out in their absence. Please give this amazing clown the applause she deserves. The audience did just that and even rose from their chairs to root her on. May waved at the audience and did a few spins on the spot. Thank you, everybody. I'll do my best, she said cheerfully. Now then, let's get on with the show, Butler called out, and the show got well underway. Just as Butler had hoped, the show went on well without any issues. May was doing exactly as instructed for each act and never once got anything wrong in the short time she had to practice. The audience were giving the biggest applause for all the acts May was a part of, as she was the most impressive to them. Meanwhile, back in the trailer, Diane sat quietly with Curly, who was fast asleep on her lap. She was still pondering about what caused it to get this tired, as well as May's behavior. I may be overthinking all this, but what if both of these events are somehow connected? Am I just getting ahead of myself, or is there perhaps some truth to it all? The trailer door opened and a crew member came in to check up on the both of them. Hey, how you holding up here? Some of the guys spread the word that Curly wasn't feeling too good, so I came to see if you were okay. Thank you, she replied. Curly is just taking a rest. Hopefully, it'll be okay once it wakes up. Poor little thing. Wonder what exactly happened to it. I don't know. But I can't help shake the feeling that something is going on and that it isn't good. Just then Curly opened its eyes, noticing Diane and the staff member. Hey Curly, how are you feeling? Diane asked it. It replied with a faint smile. We are all here for you and will do what we can to help you feel better, she replied, smiling back. Curly then looked towards the staff member and then got an idea. It sighed, knowing that it didn't want to do what it planned on doing. What's wrong? Curly asked the staff member. Curly looked towards Diane and tried to ask her to watch what it was going to do. Are you okay, Curly? Are you trying to tell me why you got tired out? Diane asked. It nodded its head and turned its attention towards the staff member. Curly's focus was purely on him and started to use the strength it had left to use its hypnosis on him. Curly? What are you doing? Asked Diane, feeling quite shocked. Curly stopped using its hypnosis on the staff man and he began to fall asleep. It then looked towards Diane, still in complete shock, and tried to explain to her what Butler had been up to. No longer could it hold back and went full out on the truth. The guilt it felt was too much for it to bear. Curly, what are you trying to say? Diane asked, not understanding its Bachman language. Curly desperately tried to make her understand by also using its hands to explain the situation. It took some time, but Diane was now starting to slowly piece together things. So you can use hypnosis now, and you were using it on somebody? But who was it? May's strange behavior earlier. No, it couldn't be. Curly, did you hypnotize that girl to enhance her abilities? Curly, it replied, and then looked downwards, feeling really sad. Diane could tell that Curly wasn't happy about doing what it did and started to piece together something else. You didn't want to do this, so somebody made you do this to poor May? It nodded its head without saying anything. Diane's eyes widened as she thought about who could have done it. No, please, no. Don't tell me it was Butler. Curly nodded its head again and drifted off back to sleep, feeling tired from using its powers again. Diane remained silent for a few seconds, shocked that the man she had been childhood friends with would do such a thing. She didn't want to believe it, but knew denying so wouldn't solve saving May. This isn't happening, she said to herself. She then slapped the staff man to snap him out of Curly's hypnosis. Ow, what was that for, Diane, and what's going on? I'll explain later. I really need you to watch Curly for me. Something wrong is happening and I need to go and sort it out, please. Sure, okay, he replied and stood up. You feel all right, Diane? You look really worried. I'll be back soon. Please keep watch, she said, and charged out of the trailer heading towards the tent. Butler, what is wrong with you? Meanwhile, the magic show was coming to a close. The final act was about to begin, which was the exploding box trick from the previous night. Thank you, everybody, for being such a wonderful audience this evening. We shall end tonight with the greatest trick I have up my sleeve. May came onto the stage pushing a big box onto the stage. She was just about to head backstage when Butler stopped her for a second. My amazing assistant Maisie the Clown will be taking part in trying to escape the burning box, in which she will escape the box before it bursts into flames. May cheered, clapping her hands, and skipped on over to the box. She sat inside it and Butler sealed it up. Dusclops, step forward, he called, as his Dusclops walked on stage. Being that Maisie is amazing at everything she does, she will have no problem escaping the box before it is destroyed by Dusclops' hyper beam. She will only have 10 seconds to escape, so let's begin the countdown. As the countdown began, the audience were getting tensed up. Ash and Max already knew how the trick worked, but was looking forward to the result nonetheless. Brock was the most excited out of them, even if he had watched it already. Butler was pumping up the audience, getting louder, as each number went down. 4, 3, 2, stop. Stop, the show called out a voice from behind the curtain. Butler stopped and turned around to see Diane running on the stage. Butler was lost for words and tried to convince the audience this was part of the show. Well, it seems my lovely assistant Diane has made a special guest appearance for the show's finale. Give her a round of applause, he said nervously. What is she doing here? Can't this wait? Diane rushed over to the box and opened it up to reveal May still sitting inside and got her on her feet. The audience looked in a state of confusion, as all their excitement faded away. Butler was now beginning to panic, as he had worked out why Diane had let May out. Everybody listen to me, Diane called out with a look of sadness on her face. This girl is not in the right state of mind at all. Diane, what are you doing? Butler asked, now beginning to shake. Diane pointed her finger towards Butler with a look of rage on her face. That man has put this girl in a deep hypnosis, forcing her to be his slave. Our friend Curly was forced to hypnotize her. The audience were deeply shocked, as well as Ash's group, who immediately rushed on over to their friend. You've gone mad, Butler. Ever since Curly learned that ability, you have become obsessed with power, and now you have led Curly to the point of exhaustion. It couldn't cope with its powers, and you've made it feel so guilty for its actions. What is wrong with you? Butler was speechless now, in a state where his friend, since childhood, was now against him. Down upon him angrily, and his Pokemon walked away backstage, feeling disappointed in him. His emotions were building up, thinking about all the events that had transpired. No, what have I done? He yelled, as he collapsed to the ground, clenching his hands on his head. May cried out at his group, as they got on stage to help May. May stood there lifelessly like a doll and didn't react to anything around her. May, it's us. Wake up, said Ash, waving his hand in front of her. There was no response. He took her by the shoulders and shook her back and forth. May still didn't react to anything no matter how hard Ash tried. Max was enraged and walked on over to Butler, who was in a state of despair. I knew that something was wrong. "What have you done to my sister? Why won't she wake up?" he shouted angrily. Butler looked towards Max but couldn't muster up any words to respond with. "Give back my sister," he demanded, feeling the verge to punching him. "Max, calm down," said Brock, and held him back from doing anything reckless. He turned his attention to Butler and looked angry as well. "Do something about this," he said firmly. "Your reputation is already damaged, so don't damage yourself anymore for the sake of others." Butler knew Brock was right. He had already lost his audience's respect and even Diane's. The woman who he had been friends with since childhood was also the woman he now had romantic feelings for. If he lost her, then he would be truly alone. He stood up and started to confess towards everybody. "Everybody, what you see and have heard is all true. I did force Curlia to hypnotize this girl and enhance her abilities through complete obedience to me. I've been feeling ashamed of myself lately. After last night's fiasco with Team Rocket and losing more clowns, the stress got to me. So many times we have lost many talented people and I just couldn't take it anymore. So, when my friend Curly learned hypnosis and I saw that May here was having trouble, I wanted to help her. So I hypnotized her to make her better. But the power of having somebody at my command got to me and I lost sight of myself and became corrupt. I want to undo the wrongs I've done, so please." Butler was about to shed a tear but tried to hold it in. Diane knew what he had done was completely wrong and was angry at him, but deep down she could tell he was being genuine. She knew he was going through a lot of stress, as she had seen it throughout the months of shows they put on. "Please, will you give me the chance to undo what I have done?" he asked everybody in the tent. The audience spoke amongst themselves with mixed feelings about what was happening. Max, however, nodded his head, agreeing to Butler's request. "Fine. But please get my sister back to normal, Max the Great. I promise you I will make things right." Butler took a few minutes break to return to the trailer to get Curlia. Ash and Max went along with him whilst Diane and Brock stayed with May. Curlia opened its eyes to see Butler walk in and immediately hesitated to look at him. "Curlia, I understand now that what I have done was wrong. I forced you into doing something you didn't want to do and have tired you out to the point of exhaustion. I feel like the worst friend ever." Curlia was surprised to hear him feel guilty for what he had done. It turned to look at him and could see the guilt in his eyes. "I promise you that I will never do this to you ever again. From now on I'll wait the normal way for a new clown to help us in future shows. I'll never force it upon people ever again. Nobody should be forced into becoming something they are obeyed to do. They have the choice to do what they can. So please, Curlia, can you ever forgive me?" Curlia felt the truth in his words and felt like that its friend had finally woken up and seen the light. It managed to walk on its own 2 feet and jumped into his arms, cuddling him. "You forgive me?" "Curlia," it replied happily, meaning that it said yes. Tears of joy began to stream down Butler's face as he cuddled his Pokemon. "I'm so sorry," he sobbed. "Curlia," it replied with a tear in its eye. Ash and Max smiled, knowing that Butler was now back to being himself. "In order to fix this mess I've caused, I need your help one last time." "Curlia," Butler told it. "Curlia," it replied, knowing what he was going to say. "I need you to break May out of the hypnosis and return her to normal. Can you do that?" "Curlia, fantastic. "Now everybody let's get back and fix this." "Got it," replied both Ash and Max, as they headed back to the tent. Butler and the others returned to the stage with Curlia in tow, ready to finally fix things. "Butler," Curlia said Diane in relief, knowing that Butler was going to keep true to his word. "Everybody in the audience, once again I apologize for the monster I have been, and will now show my apologies by getting May back to her normal state." "Curlia, do you think?" Curlia, it replied happily, and gracefully danced its way over to May, who was still standing lifelessly. Curlia, now energized with hope, concentrated on May and began to chant in front of her. May's attention was focused on Curlia, as Butler walked on over to instruct May one last time. "Maisie, no. May. When I snap my fingers at the count of 3, you will return to your normal self. Maisie, the clown is over now, and the girl you once were will return. 1, 2, 3. He snapped his fingers and Curlia finished chanting. The life had completely returned to May's eyes, and she jumped, seeing the audience and realizing she was on the stage. "Where am I and what's going on?" she cried in a state of shock. "May. You're back," cheered Max, as he went to cuddle his sister happily back. "What's going on here? What am I doing in the tent?" "It's a long story, May. We'll explain later, once the audience has finished cheering for you." Ash smiled and pointed to her, the audience, who clapped and cheered for her and Butler. May had no idea what was going on and looked really confused. She turned around to see everyone else smile at her, give them a wave. "May. We'll explain everything afterwards," Diane insisted. "Oh. Okay," she replied. She waved at the audience and began to smile. Thank you," she called out, even if she still didn't know what to think. Diane looked towards Butler and smiled at him. "Diane, I'm so sorry for everything I've done. I lost sight of myself and became somebody I'm not. You must hate me, right?" Diane walked closer to him and took his hand. "What you did was wrong, Butler. But at least you realized your mistakes before it was too late and corrected them. I'm just happy the Butler I know is back. I have you to thank, Diane. If it were not for you and Curlia, then I would have gone down the wrong path. Thank you for stopping me." The both of them hugged each other happily, as Ash and the others smiled, for the morning had arrived and the carnival had come to an end. Butler had already had a private chat with May to explain everything that had happened since yesterday. She was furious for him controlling her, but after his deepest apologies, she eventually forgave him. She rejoined Ash, Brock, Max, and Pikachu with a bouquet of flowers in hand. "Did Butler give those to you?" asked Ash. "Yet. It was his way of saying sorry for everything he's done, and as thanks for helping him, even if I have no memory of anything that's happened. So many hours of my life gone, and I wish I knew what I was doing. Well, I remember you throwing a cream pie in Ash's face. It was actually pretty funny, now that I think about it," said Max, beginning to chuckle. "Aw, Max, don't you bring that up," said Ash, feeling really embarrassed. "Then afterwards you used one of those fake-out flowers to squirt water in Brock's face." Max was now beginning to properly laugh. "Wait, I did all that?" replied May in shock. Max couldn't stop laughing and then remembered something else. "That rubber nose you had on was funny as well, when you squeezed it at me." May was fascinated by what she learned, told her, and then remembered something she had in her pocket. She took it out and smiled at Max. "Oh. You mean this one?" she said, showed him the rubber nose she had on from yesterday and squeezed it. Of him making a honk noise. Max collapsed on the floor and laughed harder than ever before. Ash, Pikachu, and Brock laughed too, seeing Max laugh, which eventually led to May joining in as well. After everything at the carnival was packed up onto the trucks, the kids were standing by Butler and Diane's truck. Butler and Diane were looking out the window, speaking with them. Well, it's been fun, but it's time for us to move on. We've got plenty more shows to do, said Butler. We'll be setting off now, Ash replied. It's been fun despite the mess that's now been sorted. Thanks to you and your crew for making this a fun break for us. The pleasure is ours, guys. We hope you can come again soon one day and watch our show. We look forward to it, replied Brock. Let's make the next time we meet up even better, said Max. If you need my help to be Maisie the Clown next time, then just say the word, said May, giving a friendly wink to him. But let's do it the normal way next time, okay? You have my word, May. I'm a better man now, and I have all of you to thank. No problem, Butler. You and Diane take care. Good luck with your futures, everyone, said Diane. I'll look forward to our next encounter. The truck's engine began to start, set to take the lead for all the other drivers with their trucks. Butlers began to drive away, and he and Diane waved out the window. Goodbye, Ash, Pikachu, May, Brock, and Max the Great. Until we meet again, goodbye, replied the others, as they watched all the trucks drive away, taking the carnival with them. They kept on waving till they were out of sight. Well, I suppose we better get going too, said Ash. Lead the way, Ash. To our next adventure, replied May happily, as they all headed off in the opposite direction to continue their journey. As Butler and Diane drove away, they looked back at the empty field where the carnival once stood. It's only been for a little while, but I'm already starting to miss those kids, said Diane, recollecting on the events that transpired. As will I, Diane. As will I, replied Butler in a soft tone of voice, also thinking back on everything. But one thing, however, stood out in his mind. Maisie, weeks had passed since the events of the carnival, and Ash's journey with his friends continued as normal. Ash won another gym badge in his quest to enter the Hone Pokemon League, and May had earned her next ribbon in another Pokemon contest to become the best Pokemon coordinator. Sometimes, however, May would have some strange instances where she faded out and woke up not knowing what was going on. When it came to some random evenings, those moments lasted longer, but she would always wake up still in her sleeping bag, not even knowing it happened. As time went on, these fade outs would grow worse each time. When it happened, a different personality was within her mind. That personality would be wearing colorful clothing and have a cheerful attitude. Sometimes a certain person would appear in those moments as well. Someone who she felt like she had to listen to and obey every command that person made. Small pieces of her mind would slowly fade as time progressed, completely unaware that she would become something else. The end. Side Chapter 1, Navigator Lost. After a rather spooky adventure on the island of Thriller Bark, the Straw Hats along with newest crew member Brooke had stopped at an island to relax. It was a small island with a town populating most of it, with a small jungle not far off from it. The Straw Hats had landed by the jungle, and a few of them went to the town to do some shopping. Zorro, Chopper, Robin and Brooke had decided to stay on the ship and relax. Robin read a book, Chopper was making some medicine, Brooke played music to himself, and Zorro was sleeping at the town. Luffy was off to find somewhere that had meat as always. Usopp and Frankie were buying equipment to make weapons out of. Sanji was shopping for food, and Nami was shopping for new clothes. She seemed to always be in need of a pair after the results of the battles they faced. as they kept getting ruined. She had to hold back on buying anything expensive as well as the straw hats needed to make sure they had enough bellies to keep them going. Ugh, none of these is my style so far, she moaned, looking at what was now the fourth clothes shop she had been to. The only ones I like are going beyond what I remembered to take. I should have just taken the rest of what we had anyway. She left the shop continuing to moan and walked on to find somewhere else. Nami had come across the last clothes shop in town this time, hoping to find something. She looked around and at the moment it was leading to the same result as the previous shops. She was so focused on looking at clothes that she bumped into a man next to her. That finally broke her browsing. "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I got so lost in what I was doing that I..." "It's fine," replied the man, "happens to all of us." His response was in a very friendly sort of manner. Nami didn't have any sort of response and turned away to continue browsing. Eventually, she finally found something up her alley and headed towards the till to pay. On the back of the till were a selection of clothes that were currently on sale. Ugh, who'd wanna buy that even at that low of a price? She looked at the costume set that was in the style of a jester. It contained a red and orange puffy-sleeved tunic reaching to the upper legs with jingle bells dangling off the pointed flaps. A pair of knee-length boots that pointed at the dips with bells attached to them came along with the set, red and orange-colored arm gloves, a brown-necked choker with a bell attached, and topping it off was a jester's hat in the same red and orange color style with lots more bells attached to the dangling sleeves. "You saw maybe, boo, what? No. Got your eyes on that outfit there?" asked the shop owner. "It's great for parties and we really need to sell it." "No thanks," replied Nami. "It looks great and all, but it's just not something for me." "Shame. I thought somebody would finally buy it, but never mind. So just this shirt and dress, yes." Nami paid for her stuff and left the store feeling relieved she finally brought something. She felt hungry and went to find the nearby restaurant. She walked on in and was weighted to a seat and given the menu. "Just before you choose," said the waiter, "we are completely out of meat." "Out of meat? Oh, Luffy, why?" "Fine, then I'll just have a tomato soup, please." Disappointed but satisfied with getting some food in her system, Nami decided to wander around the parts of town she hadn't seen yet. The town was big and there was still plenty of time to kill before she had to meet up with the others at the time they agreed to meet up at. Not every part of the town was as busy as the main square as Nami walked into a quieter part of town. Not as many shops were around, nor were there many people. Totally different atmosphere on this side of any deader than this, and it's a ghost town. Just then she heard a whistle coming from a certain alleyway, turning her head towards where the sound was coming from. The whistling happened again, getting louder and louder. "Is somebody calling for me? I know I shouldn't, but that whistling is starting to get on my nerves." Nami was known for having a very short temper when something or someone made her angry. She walked into the alley just so she could shut up whoever was there. "Hey, cut it out, will ya?" But to her surprise, there was nobody to be found when she got there. What a jerk. Taking off before I had the chance to do anything. HMPH. She started to walk back towards where she originally was until suddenly she saw some strange blue smoke covering the area. "Hey, what is all this?" Slowly Nami was beginning to feel dazed, until she fell to the floor and passed out. Walking up behind her was a figure in a black hooded cloak that then picked up Nami and carried her away. Later on, Nami eventually opened her eyes, still feeling dazed from earlier. Her vision was blurry for a few seconds. "Where am I?" she said weakly, still trying to recover. Her eyesight finally regained focus, and the first thing she noticed was an empty brown room with benches and seats filling the room. Who would need this many seats in a place like this? Then she started to notice something else. 4 thick orange strings were in her side, so she followed them to where they lead to, leaving her in shock once she found out. The strings were tied up in a knot on the feet of a pair of knee-length boots with bells attached to strips at the top and on the curl tips. She also noticed her legs were slightly suspended above the floor, one of them being up more than the other. What is this? This looks just like. She then started to notice that all of her clothing was the same, just her costume that she saw in the clothes shop she went to. She couldn't see it, but she had 2 big red dots painted on her cheeks. She also noticed more strings tied to other areas of her body, from the hands and upper arms, knees, waist, and though she couldn't see them, 4 more strings were stitched into the base of the jester hat. She looked above her to where the strings lead to and noticed a pair of wooden crosses placed in between 2 wooden planks. Nami also noticed a painted background behind her and red curtains from the left and right. She was on a small stage, which she then realized she was within an empty rundown theater. Okay, this is getting really freaky now. Somebody obviously wants to pull some sort of stupid prank on me. Who thought it was a good idea to dress me up in this stupid jet and string me up like a puppet? Nobody pulls my strings. Suddenly another thought came into her head that only made her situation worse. Wait a second. If I'm now wearing these clothes, Nami's face went bright red of embarrassment. That means somebody removed my other clothes to put these on me. Now her face was red with rage. Taking advantage of me like that. That does it. Nami was mad and tried shaking around to make the crosses fall down. The numerous amount of bells on the outfit jingled frantically as she shook herself about, but the placement of the puppet controls made it too hard for her to force down. Well, this is just great. I'm stuck here looking like an idiot, and I can't even move my arms down properly to try and untie these strings. That you are right. You aren't going anywhere, said a voice close by. Hey, who's there? Let me out of this right now. Just then somebody walked into the room from the side of the stage. Nami gasped when she saw who it was. You're that guy I saw in the clothes shop. Indeed, it's me. Rick's the name, and don't you forget it. Great. So very happy to see you, Mr. Whatever, replied Nami sarcastically. Funny. Now finally I can get back at you for what you did to me, thief. Meanwhile, Luffy, Usopp, Frankie and Sanji had all met up at the spot they agreed to meet at. Got anything good? Asked Sanji to Usopp and Frankie. Not all that much really, replied Usopp. Just some upgrades to some of my previous weapons and some ingredients for ammo. Not much on my side either, said Frankie. Just a whole load of cola really. Well, I went and bought a bunch of meat, fish and veggies to keep us going, said Sanji. But Luffy, you better not eat all of this before the day is over, got it? He got stern with Luffy, who was known for being pretty greedy when it came to food. "No, I won't need any today, Sanji," he replied. "What?" said everyone else at once in shock. "We can actually eat meat for once in our lives. I'm pretty stuffed on meat today. I went to a bunch of restaurants and went crazy on the stuff." "Typical of you, Luffy," Sanji sighed. "Say, any of you guys seen Nami yet?" "She still hasn't made it back." "Now that you mention it, yeah, where is Nami?" replied Usopp. "Think that she's still clothes shopping?" "Maybe she's gotten carried away again?" asked Frankie. "Probably it," replied Luffy. "People can get so caught up in that stuff. It's so boring, though." "Wanna give it another 10 minutes?" asked Usopp. "If she still doesn't show up, then we should all split up and try and find her." "Sounds like a plan to me," agreed Frankie. "Let's sit on that nearby bench and wait." 10 minutes passed by quickly and there was still no sign of Nami. "Well then, guess we better go find her," said Usopp as the other got off the bench. "Let's give everyone a half hour to look for her. After that time is up, then meet back here," instructed Sanji. "Got it," replied everyone else as they slipped up to different areas of the town to track Nami down. "Look, I don't know who you are," said Nami angrily to Rick. "Typical. Well, I sure as hell remember you after what you stole from me." "Stole what?" "Elaborate." "All of the gold I had safely locked up in my treasure chest, you stupid girl." "Oh please, like that makes it easy to remember. I used to be a thief, but I haven't done it in a long time, and it was all for a good reason." "Stealing from me isn't something you can say was for a good reason. I was broke for far too long. The rather big amount of deals I had to make with some pirates just to get back to a reasonable amount of cash. It was frustrating, damn it. I certainly remember a ginger-haired woman stealing treasure from me, looking towards me like I was some kind of idiot. Tell me, were you a pirate or something? I've never seen you in my life and I only stole from pirates." "I used to be. But I gave that life up after it just wasn't working for me. I got lucky with some of the pirates I made deals with, as they knew me from way back, but a lot of the time my life would be at risk. Look, I'm not here to discuss my past, I'm here to get back at and completely humiliate you after what you did to me." "Oh come on, talk about holding onto a grudge. Now get me down from here and just let go of it already." "Not a chance, puppet. I'm not done until I humiliate you." Rick walked towards the stage, turning on an old-fashioned music box sitting on the table close by. He wound it up and went up a small flight of stairs leading him above the stage in Nami. He took the puppet controls and started to make Nami dance on the stage along with the music box's chimes. The bells on Nami's costume jingled along with the rhythm of the music box. "Hey, stop it, you jerk!" Nami yelled as she tried to fight back against the strings. "Oh, this is just where the fun begins." Nami was being made to raise her arms and one leg up, swapping to her other leg in a continuous motion. After that, her legs were being manipulated to awkwardly skip around on the spot whilst her hands were made to clap continuously. Nami was so embarrassed that her cheeks went as red as the ones painted on her. "Hope you're enjoying this, you freak. 'Cause when it's over I'm gonna kick your ass." His response was now making her bend down and move her arms up and down like a chicken. "Yep. You're dead, Buster." He then twisted both the controls, which made Nami spin around. She got tangled up in all the strings and then started to spin in the opposite direction, making the strings freer. He kept doing it over and over again, making her feel dizzy. "This is getting ridiculous now," she said dazedly. "Had enough yet, thief? What do you think?" "Well, I haven't." Then Nami's arms were raised forwards and her legs moved forward awkwardly like a robot. Her left arm was then raised upwards and her waist bent sideways so her field of view was on Rick. She poked out her tongue and spat at him, even though he was too high up to feel the impact. "Now that wasn't nice. Time to teach you a lesson, thief. Up you go." Nami was being raised up in the air and put back down on the ground, landing on her butt. "Oh, not cool. Oh, you like that? Well, here we go again." He repeated the same action on her several more times. The humiliation just wouldn't stop there, as he now made her pose like a bunny rabbit, bouncing up and down with her hands over her head like rabbit ears. Nami was so exhausted from it all that she couldn't pull back against the strings. "Okay, please give it a rest. If you want an apology or something, then fine. I'm sorry I stole the treasure I don't remember stealing from you." "Happy? Well, you're actually apologizing for what you did to me? I'm surprised a thief can actually say that." "Well, you know what? I forgive you." Nami wasn't convinced by Rick, however, from his tone of voice. "Not gonna stop, are you? You're smart." He decided to end his playtime with Nami by making her dance like a ballerina. She was raised upwards slightly so her right leg was on tiptoe and her other leg rose up so it bent from behind her leg. Her arms raised above her head and she stood there for a few seconds like if she was balancing. Then she skipped across the stage, finally ending with her being dropped onto the floor on her butt again. "Well, I'd say I'm satisfied. For now at least." Goody Nami was completely wiped out, as she was risen up again, so Rick could put the puppet controls back where they were. She rocked around a little, suspended above the ground, just as she was when she woke up. She exhaustedly dropped her head down, glad that it was all over. Her body ached all over from all of the moving around she was made to do. "You know what?" said Rick, appearing in front of her again. "I never realized I was so good with puppeteering." He smiled to himself. "Yeah, whatever," replied Nami exhaustedly, just wanting to go to sleep. "You're now my little marionette for me to control. A fitting fate for a thief-turned-jester, wouldn't you agree?" As Rick spoke, he pinched most of Nami's strings and shook them about, making her arms and legs flap about frantically. She was too exhausted to care at this point, as she knew she couldn't do anything. "Despite how much I wanna kick your ass into next week, I'm ashamed to admit that you're actually good. Ever thought of dropping the idea of being an asshole and go into doing puppet shows? You'd be so much better off." "Well, now that you mention it, that's not a bad idea. Except for the part of being what you call an asshole. The feeling of total control over you is one of the most satisfying feelings I've ever felt in my life. Perhaps I should do this to other people who piss me off." He pushed Nami backwards and then let her go, so that she was swinging back and forth around the stage. She was still too tired to care at this point, as she slowed down. "The world thanks you, jerk. Even if you continue to torment me like this, I'll still continue to backlash you till you get so tired of me that you'd want to let me go. Rick suddenly got an idea in his head. Say now, maybe that devil fruit I've kept all this time would make this even more fun, he said proudly. Say what? I'll be right back for you, Missy. Stay there while I'm gone, okay? Oh right, staying there is all you can do. If my friends were here, you wouldn't be ever doing one of these human puppet shows ever again. Friends, you say? Well, you absolutely must tell me about them once I get back. Not like you won't have a choice anyway. Nami was hardly taking him seriously throughout all this, but those words that came out of his mouth made her slightly curious. I'll be right back. Make sure not to miss me. Oh, please don't go. Who else will make me look like a complete moron? She replied sarcastically. Rick didn't respond and took off smiling. Everything was now quiet, besides the occasional jingle of the bells on her hat from her moving her head a bit. What kind of mess have I gotten myself into? A guy who doesn't know the concept of letting go made to wear this dumb outfit, and an experience that never makes me wanna see another puppet show again. One of the worst things is that guy could make me dance better than I ever could in my life. Why me? Rick returned to the building carrying a purple devil fruit tucked in his arm. The base of it had swirls that looked never-ending, if it was looked at long enough. Nami had been sleeping for a bit and was soon woken up by him shaking her head strings up and down. That, along with the bells jingling frantically, woke her up in an instant. Wacky wacky puppet thief. Oh wait, puppet jester is more appropriate for you, because you're a laugh. Oh great, my favorite person in the world is back, she moaned. I know you love me. Sure do you ass. Well, you soon love me once I devour this fruit I've been saving until the right moment. What kind of devil fruit is that? Whatever it is, I'm gonna hate it, if it suits his needs. Down the hatch. Rick took a bite out of the fruit, munching it down as fast as he could. Nami watched slowly, beginning to worry about what kind of powers he would obtain. Rick had eaten most of the fruit, but then suddenly dropped it, feeling something he had never felt before. This is it, yes, I can feel it. The power. Rick cheered in victory like it was the greatest thing in his life. Hey, you ever wanted to swim? Asked Nami wittingly. I hear it does wonders for devil fruit people. Try smartest, but I already know what's lost from eating this thing. I was a pirate, so no doubt I know about them. He now gained proper focus towards Nami, glaring at her eyes. Nami gave him a sarcastic smile, trying not to show any fear, even if she was a little worried inside. She suddenly noticed thin purple swirls in her field of vision. She went from looking smug to looking rather interested by what she could see. Rick's smile grew bigger as he watched her slowly lose that smile and gave more of an entranced look. Have you ever wanted somebody to be your master at all? He asked. Nami was fading out in her mind, trying to stay awake, but it was no use. Her mind switched off and her brown eyes went completely blank. Yes. That's wonderful, he smiled, feeling joyful inside that the fruit's powers were just as he was told about. How about I be your master? In fact, you will call me Master. Yes, Master. Your name. I didn't ask you before, so speak up. Nami. What a wonderful name. perfectly suited for lovely woman. How would you like to be my puppet for the rest of your days? Yes. Wonderful. Fun times lay ahead. Now Rick felt even more in control than he ever did before. He couldn't help but do a slightly evil laugh, feeling accomplished in his victory. He rushed back up to the stage and was making Nami dance once again as he laughed. Nami was humiliated and now completely obedient to him. As far as Rick was concerned, he felt like the happiest man on earth, whether anybody would like it or not. One side Act 1 Chapter 2 Straw Hat Search and Rescue. Nami Swan, where are you? Yelled out Sanji, who was still on the hunt for Nami along with Luffy, Usopp and Frankie. They had been through most areas of the town, but they weren't getting any closer to finding her. Even the local townsfolk had no idea of where or who she was. They all met back up at the designated area where they were waiting for Nami originally. So nothing at all? Asked Sanji. Nothing, replied Luffy. Not a single clue at all. Sorry guys. We tried, said Usopp. She's nowhere in sight, said Frankie. I know clothes shopping is something she loves and all, but this is ridiculous. This isn't her still going around clothes shops, Sanji pondered. Something is going on and I have a strong suspicion that Nami is involved. What makes you so sure? asked Luffy. Because I have a knack for knowing when my sweet Nami is possibly in trouble. If she were in trouble, then I don't see what it could be, replied Usopp. This town is pretty peaceful and everyone around here seems friendly. Then again, I suppose that could all be some kind of cover-up to trick us. Now those folks seem like good people, replied Frankie. We better search the area again. If nothing comes up, then we'll head back to the Thousand Sunny and ask the others if they can help. Sure, said Usopp. Let's have one of us stay here in case she gets back here whilst the others search the town again. I suggest that I stay put. Fine then. Let's split up and begin the search again, replied Luffy. But before the gang set off, they noticed something in the distance. Wait a sec, said Sanji. Are those guys who I think they are? Everyone raised their eyes once they noticed. In the distance were a group of men dressed in familiar white clothing and armed with rifles. Oh great, not the Marines, cried Usopp loudly. The others covered up his mouth as quick as they could in case the Marines heard him. They quickly ran towards a nearby bush and hid in it. Great, that's all we need, said Sanji angrily. Those bastards are gonna ask the townfolk about us, said Frankie. They've all seen our faces now, so searching for Nami is gonna be a pain. Luffy suddenly thought of something. What if the Marines found Nami and captured her? What about the Thousand Sunny too? Replied Sanji. We better not waste any more time. Let's search for Nami again and try to avoid the Marines as much as possible. But I suggest that one of you quietly spy on them to find out any possible information on her whereabouts. Leave it to me, replied Luffy. I'll stay up high on the rooftops or something. But what about the Sunny? asked Usopp. The Marines probably found our ship and the others are still back there. We parked near the beach on this island, so hopefully the Marines put their ship closer to the town's harbor, said Frankie. Still, I think one of us better go back and check up on it. Okay then, replied Sanji. Usopp, you get back to the ship to warn the others, whilst Frankie and I search the town again. but as quietly as we can." "Sure, I'm down with that," replied Frankie. "Then let's move out," said Sanji, as the team made their split to continue the search. "Good luck out there, guys," said Usopp as quietly as he could. "Hang in there, Nami," said Sanji, as he raced towards the town. Meanwhile, back at the abandoned theater, Rick was sitting at a table making a list of ideas he had on how to use his new powers for his personal gain. Since falling under his control, Nami had been staring blankly into the void after Rick took a break from playing with her. The silence broke as Rick turned in his chair to look at Nami. "Look at you hovering around over there," he said with a smirk. "Unable to do anything without my supervision, and now you are completely loyal to me. This is how you get revenge." He walked onto the stage to Nami and pinched her left leg string, raising it backwards so that her foot kicked herself in the butt. "Quit hitting yourself," he teased, as he did it repeatedly. Nami didn't react to the impact at all, continuing to stare ahead blankly. "Not a very talkative one, are you?" He tried to get a reaction out of her by pushing her from behind like a swing, but even that didn't do anything. "My powers must be stronger than I realized." As Rick stared at her blank, expressionless face, he grabbed her left hamstring and moved it so that her hand touched his cheek. His strong hatred of Nami was taking a backseat as he started to feel calm around her. The feeling of her hand stroking his face was something he had never felt before. He was slowly warming up to Nami the more he continued to look at her. "You've been a good puppet," he said. "Keeping quiet when I need to think, obeying my every command and only moving when I make you move. The person I've hated for so long is finally the person I want you to be." Rick let go of Nami's arm string and watched it swing around until it stopped. "You are allowed to speak now." "Thank you, Master," replied Nami, now showing a smile on her face. "I'm so happy that I'm the puppet you always wanted." A thought came to her head and she looked around the stage and the empty seats in front of her. "I wonder if I could be a puppet that performs for other people too?" Rick wasn't expecting Nami to have her own thoughts while under his control. He wanted to hear more, so he let her continue. "Master, do you think I could be the greatest puppet in the world?" Rick liked the sound of that, so a big smile appeared on his face. "Why, of course you could, my Nami. Why, you've got a master who can puppeteer you like an expert." "Are you saying that you want to stay with me and become a traveling duo?" replied Nami happily. "When you made me dance on this stage, I realized that this is my dream. I want my strengths to make me dance for millions of people. I want to sing my heart out about how amazing you are to me as I perform. I want to make people laugh being the jester I now am. My dream is to be the greatest puppet in the world. You made me your puppet for a reason, Master, and I want to obey you till the very end." Rick couldn't believe the words reaching his ears. He walked on the stage and got closer to her. "My precious puppet, you probably don't remember, but you once told me that I should go into doing puppet shows. Maybe you were right about that. But the only puppet I'll ever need is you," he told her. "I'd love to take you with me wherever I go. You'll perform for millions and make me so damn rich beyond my wildest expectations. You may not be made of wood or other materials like normal puppets, but a human puppet act is rarely seen, so you'll stand out from the crowd. My plans were to create an obedient army of slaves to take down anybody who would dare mess with me. But you've opened up my eyes to an even better future. Because I'm ordering you to do it, Nami, you will be able to have your dream come true. Oh, Master, thank you. If I could move myself, I'd cuddle you. Rick liked Nami's gesture, so he pinched both her hamstrings and moved them to make her arms wrap around him. Nami closed her eyes happily. It's my pleasure, Nami. He let go of her strings and looked at the empty seats in the room. Well, I suppose we better get practicing for you becoming a star. Let's get you dancing, girl. He darted towards the music player and put on an uplifting tune before running up the stage stairs. He grabbed Nami's controls from above her, which got her all excited. I'll do my best, Master, Nami called. Well then, come on, Nami, let's dance. He started making her dance on the stage perfectly in sync with the music. Nami cheered. This is so much fun, Master. How about making up a song for me as well, he told her. With that, Nami started to think of lyrics on the fly as she danced around. In only a short amount of time, she made up some words like she was an expert. Jump up, everybody. Move your feet along to my beat. Clap your hands, everybody. If you wanna keep up with me. Sing along, everybody. My super cute song will make you say how sweet. Dance with me, everybody. Just like me now, 1, 2, 3, I'm your Nami, Nami's one, I'm gonna dance for you, I'm gonna play with you, I'm your Nami, Nami's one, get your body moving, cheer with me, wahoo. I'm your Nami, Nami's one, you control me, okay, I'll dance the night away, Nami, your Nami's one, I'm a happy little puppet, wouldn't have it any other way. Was really getting into Nami's cheerful song as he tapped his feet along to the rhythm. You're amazing, Nami.